transformation has provided for opportunities for data harvesting, for data collection, but there were no laws, for example, in Zambia, that govern how our data is collected, how our data is stored, and how our data is accessed or shared with third parties. So we were having that is part of the approach that happened. That Zambia also enacted a Data Protection Act, and the government actually used the Malabo Convention, the A Convention on cyber security and based on data protection as a framework to develop our data protection act that Kenya and other countries have developed. So there are two laws that regulate data privacy. That is the Data Protection Act and also the Electronic Commission for Communications and Transactions Act. But also we have Article 17 of the Constitution that talks about the right to privacy. Before that, before the Constitution, before the ICT, before the data protection, there was no law that governed how data is just managed in the ecosystem. So anyone would, even basic things like that data we have used here to just log into this meeting. We would want to send it to a marketing company, to a bank, or anyone who wants data that they use for their marketing or advertising purposes and all that. And it was very problematic, especially when it comes to the right to privacy. Even now, we see these things where organizations, both public and private, to collect data. A lot of personal data, what they do with that data, we don't know. But sometimes we receive all these text messages, we receive emails advertising things for us, and where they got our emails, where they got our phone numbers, we don't know. So this is why we want to popularize and just bring about the awareness that we have a Data Protection Act, that as citizens we have the right to privacy. There must be data transparency. We must know what kind of data is being collected and how it is being stored. Where is it being stored? Is it in Zambia or is it outside our jurisdiction? That who else has access to this data? There are all these security cameras that we are seeing around that gather our footage. We don't know what they are able to do, and we don't know who has access to that data. When we are registering for SIM cards, we can take a photo now. When we are signing up for a bank account, there are those details, very personal details. What are they? How secure are those places where the data is? So this is what we would like to call upon journalists, civil society, activists, and human rights defenders to take an interest in this law because of its potential impact on our right to privacy. So I'll put my presentation with that side closer because I still wait for the host to start laughing so that I can share this. I'll take a quick dive into the data protection. So I don't know why it's not doing this. So that is our vision of the establishment of the office of the data commission. I think this is an important office that is established under the Data Protection Act. That it does not adequately The law does not adequately outline the independence of the Office of the Data Protection Commission. It does not prescribe how it will be funded. So you can see that all those are gaps. But this is an office that will be in charge of regulating or governing our personal data. Now remember that we say that data is a currency. Now, what I know about Mr. Bangadi or anyone in this room, I could use it anywhere to bring you down, especially in our Zambian context, where, especially during elections, those political shenanigans, and just everything else about women and girls and all that. Now we have an office that has those loopholes, does not really inspire confidence that our right to privacy is going to be placed. Okay. Yeah, so I was talking about the appointment under Section 5, that the position of the Data Protection Commissioner should be qualified by Parliament as well, other than just the Minister of Science and Technology appointing someone. Okay? So after appointing someone, they must go to Parliament and get the position of office, because this office must be independent and must not suffer that kind of interference. It should also comply with Article 11 of the Malabo Convention, which requires the Commission to be independent of the state. Because remember, we have a weak appointment system, so the minister and anyone there that can become a conduit for accessing data. They could go to any institution and demand for data about a certain person, and they could have other motives for accessing that kind of person data. They are also under Section 5, the standard of qualification should be about 4 to 5 years experience at senior management level, and someone to come from a recognized university, at least a reputable university. So these things are not there in our act right now. But if you look at the Kenyan model, this thing prescribes actually how many years experience at each level of management and experience in data protection information actually. In order to, for credibility, for standards, and just to ensure that this office is respected and we have confidence in it. I talked about too many support personnel that would potentially add stress to the treasury, which in turn affect the economy. So we propose that the Data Protection Commissioner can be an office under CITA, but protected by the law. Other than having to protect office, too many cars, the deputy commissioner, PAs, office space, and all those elements. One doesn't evil eyes, but it's the technology. So the act also does not state how the Data Protection Commission can be moved when they are in breach, or they are not compliant, they are incompetent, not performing, or there's a subordination, or anything criminal. The law does not state how they can be. Remember, it was a constitutional office. It will be prescribed there. So we find that the minister can just wake up one day, if the Data Protection Commission is trying to be compliant, the minister could actually just go there and remove the what? Remove the Data Protection Commission so that they could access our data. See the story of the DTP in Zambia, and who wants something like that? Maybe, yes, we have got our learning colleagues here, they will speak to that. So, because the Data Protection Commission is no prescribed mechanism on it. So there's potential abuse, the ruling elite, who might actually, especially coupled with the fact that it's not a constitutional office, the ruling elite might use the commission to gather information from their opponents. And I think we saw this happening during our elections. HH bought the house from Lima Bank, and then there were all those contracts and all those things that were going on. Where did they come from? Who had access to them? Who authorized that kind of person? So the fact that someone's right to privacy, that's because of their political participation or their role in society, whatever they're doing, their activities, so that they could have this kind of abuse of their right to privacy. So there is also nothing in the law to safeguard the role of the Data Protection Commissioner from unwarranted interference. Remember, even in the Cybersecurity Act, there's requirement for a warrant, but also in the other part, they just say this is agent, and any service provider will be compelled to begin to intercept communication and all that. So even the data protection, the data commission, it must be protected from that kind of interference. It must be independent that when they make decisions, the minister who appoints him, or recommends his appointment, don't come back and the work of the commission. And that the Data Protection Commissioner, he must have an obligation to personal secrets. Okay, like something like those who take all, isn't it? Yeah, because look at doctors, they have ethics. They must have personal secrets. So we need a person who has integrity, a person who has experience, a person who is mature, and a person who is independent, and not a person who is aligned politically or whatever, that our data, that we have access to all these data centers that are moving around the country or elsewhere, that they must, their true allegiance must be to the public rather than any other interest. That the Data Protection Commission must enjoy immunity from opinions expressed in the performance of their roles, especially according to Article 11 of the EU Convention, the Malabo Convention, that whatever they say, they must not lose their job. That whatever action they take, they must not lose their job. That they must not suffer certain sanctions from any other institution or any individual, including the head of state, because of the right to privacy. I'm going to switch off this screen. But as I do that, then we can do a 2-minute plenary. Based on our arguments. This is what someone says once, that data is the pollution problem of the information age, and protecting privacy is the environmental challenge. Mr. Skaz, I know you used to do a lot of environmental work sometime back, so you never know this. So, like, now, data is, there's so much data out there. There's the information overload. Actually, we are no longer in the computer age, we are in the information age. Everything that for us to be here, for us to make any decisions, we need to have access to information, we need data. For us to make political decisions, we need data. So that is why it's a pollution. Okay? Our environment is somehow in that kind of metaphor. So this is what it is like. Data protection is a protection, storage, use, and dissemination of personal information. Yeah. But the majority of our people, including ourselves, we don't know how important data is. Look at the COVID-19 situation. Even now, as banks, even hotels, even where we are here, we have to sign up. And even the sign-in sheets are not even protected. They're just in public like that. They are even handled by security personnel that are not necessarily informed or oriented in the right to privacy. Sometimes you are signing into enter the bank and you find people's data, their names, their addresses, where they live, and even their personal phone numbers. Sometimes I also collect those numbers if I need to get in touch with certain people of interest to me. That is a violation of their right. When we talk about the big tech companies, I think the third party responsibilities, but the big tech companies, yes, are problem. Even here in Zambia, we have got all these applications in the financial sector, in financial technology, the mobile money sector, for example. Look at how much data we volunteer as data subjects. How sure are we that these platforms where we do our transactions are resilient, they are strong, that the data that we volunteer is not accessed by third parties that are not necessarily authorized to access that data? That is what we must ask the service providers. That is what we must ask internet service providers. How safe is our data? Who is able to peep into our lives without our knowledge? Compliance with Article 17 guarantees and protects my right and your right to privacy. I have seen that Rwanda is looking at me through our classes. So very good man. I think I've exhausted my time. But my role was to make this introduction that as civil society, as media, we need to take an interest in analyzing the Data Protection Act and analyze its compliance with Article 17 of the Constitution. And be able to make proposals, be able to influence revisions where we think that the law is parallel to our rights, because our rights are supposed to be protected by this pieces of legislation. So I will end here in the interest of time. I will end here so that we can have a conversation if need be. Otherwise, I would like to thank you for your time. I know we have got these other coming sessions where we are going to interface in small groups, especially under the CSO networking group on cyber legislation, where we develop an advocacy strategy, where we let the lawyers lead this conversation. Those of us who can only convene, but other technical people that are specialized in legal analysis, to be able to inform our advocacy and campaigning so that we can be able to engage our parliamentarians, our legislators, and also to engage the policy makers so that we come up with laws and policies that are in tandem with regional and global standards, that all these laws are just in tandem with what? The supreme law of the land, our constitution. So I would like to thank you so much. I will take you back to the moderator. If there are no additional conversations. Thank you.
I'll ask the question after explaining this challenge. I'm just trying to agree with what I've presented that our data is not being protected. I think we have seen cases here that where the security guard who is getting an ATM was there and accessed millions of budget. And then we also have had cases where people who work inside the banks, see public domain, where people who work inside the bank steal money for clients. So the question is, how safe is our money? I think from what we are saying, we need to take keen interest, because if we took keen interest, we are not going to have the security card access my ATM. People who work inside the bank accessing my money. I think there's a gap somewhere where our data is not protected. I don't know what can be done. So my question is, I think the president said recently that they are going to revise the cybersecurity law. It's also the public domain that they will look at that law. Does it mean they also come to these other laws like data protection, or they will just look at cybersecurity? Because politicians are usually targeted under that cybersecurity. Or maybe they will review all these laws around cybersecurity. I'm not sure what they are going to review. If it's just one or all these other laws.
Thank you, Mr. Brian.
And also, last question is, from this announcement by government, are we, as the bloggers and other stakeholders, taking advantage to make submissions during that review process?
Thank you very much. So, I don't know the second part, which is the first question. I think the answer is like the government, but I'll answer it from the civil side perspective. Where, yes, so that announcement has been made, and I think the Minister of Science, let's try to house meetings like this, where we invited him. They have also informed us in email. We saw the Minister of Information and Media during Sunday program from the national broadcaster also. She repeated that announcement. So maybe we should call for a comprehensive review of ICT laws rather than just focusing on the cybersecurity cyber crimes, because we have the Data Protection Act that we're talking about here. So, I think as civil society, the working group that we are trying to strengthen should go for that kind of review where it's comprehensive rather than looking at one. I know we are trying to access the draft. We are trying to access the draft of the bill so that we can let the lawyers in the room to read its analysis and so that we can feedback. But the issues in that act, that law, are known because they are important. Those parts that we think are problematic, they are against human rights standards, they are parallel to those parts of the Constitution. So, what submissions do we need to make? The law is that submission. So, we need to have that conversation with dialogue. But also, we agree with you when we talk about data that we volunteer with our service providers, like banks, like internet service providers, like schools, like hotels where we are here. Anywhere, there are all these apps, taxis that we book online. You can sign up. Others are even requesting for a photo. Who has access to that data? Who is on the back end? We are on the front end, but who's on the back end? Where do they take the data? So there's a lot of data harvesting, there's a lot of data exchange among certain individuals or certain organizations, and they're able to basically get into our lives, and that is against our right and privacy. So we need to call out. And where is this data being held? Remember, there's a conversation going on about data localization. There are multinational corporations that operate in Zambia. Yeah? Where are they? And they collect our personal data here in Zambia. Are they storing this data here in Zambia, or it is in their parent company where they emanate from. So, what are the advantages of data localization, and what are the advantages, disadvantages of keeping our data elsewhere? So, we have to bring in the right to privacy there. And I know there was even a meeting that was convened recently by the ICT regulator, where certain stakeholders were convened to look at those standards. So we should take advantage, we should take an opportunity and an interest also as civil society and as media into this issue, because it borders on the right to privacy. Yeah. Thank you so much. Mr. Seek as well. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So my name is Kazo. Sorry that I came in late. So I have only two questions. I hope I'm not taking the house back. I'm thinking about the protection of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. What is it that would lead to the protection of the officer? Would it be the process of appointment, or would it be basically, is it the process of appointment, or is it just the legal protection? Why am I saying this? If the officer, for example, is appointed by the president or probably by the government agency, that would be one different case or scenario. But there's also a possibility of getting this officer appointed from a diversity of, let's say, civil society and non-governmental organizations or non-state actors. Those are the best person. I hope that's a question I would ask. The second is just about, do we have any model around the world that we can look up to in terms of this office of the data protection officer?
Thank you so much. So I'll start with the second part. So we have the Malabo Convention, the AU Convention, Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection. That is about the AU. Economically contribute money. So that is the framework that we must adopt, and it's a framework that was used to come up with our data protection now. But the other standards that we can borrow from, like the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulations of Europe and America, they were conceptualized in April 20. But they became enforceable on May 25, 2020. I remember that day. So every website, everything that you access online, that is your is governed, your data is governed under the GDPR. There are certain standards that we can follow there. But even this morning, I was listening to something, I was reading something that 2 years on of GDPR, there are still issues of data protection. So it's an issue, the digital transformation is challenging. Major issues all the time. So, but we have to adapt the basic minimum standards as established in the what in the Malabo Convention. Yeah. So it's just that. So the emerging issues that come, we'll take care of those things. I think even the California Cyber Security and Data Protection Act also has very good provisions that we can follow probably. We're already giving ourselves a standard as the African Union. So we have to adhere to those standards. So if we compare the Zambian Act and the Kenya Act, perhaps we think that the Kenya Act is more resilient and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner is more resilient as well. We are not throwing our act and throwing away the deal with the bathing water. Our Data Protection Act actually we applaud it. We applaud it because I said I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot speak to certain things unless I read them specifically. But there are certain parts in our Data Protection Act which actually protect journalistic work, and it mentions things like that, and also protects the whistleblowers. certain data that journalists have for journalistic work, they are exempted from being liable under the law. Same with whistleblowers. Between now and the Corruption Commission, if a law enforcement intercepts me and then they write certain data with me, I am a criminal. But also, coming to your first question, where I talked about those processes, the process of appointment of whether it is wrong. Once we think it is both, the process of appointment also must be transparent. It must adhere to certain standards, like educational qualifications, experience, integrity, and all those virtues. Yeah, impartiality. Okay, we need to look at all those things. But also the law that the different wings of the government play their role. The minister can propose the name, and then that name is scrutinized by the People's Parliament. And then it gives him that independence, and just the leverage to be able to perform that. So that is, those are just some of the things, they're not even many, those are just some of the things that we look at in this law. The appointment of data officers, and also it's vague, and the employment and the status as a country that the ruling party must give jobs to its youth, even if they're not qualified. So that they will send some of the political party candidates to be data controllers. So it is very problematic. So just those things are one that we think we should be targeted and we are going to know. Thank you so much, Mr. Sikaso. That is Ms. Yame.
Mine is just to echo what Mr. Sikaso has really spoken about. I will make mention of the oath of secrecy that you spoke about for the data practitioner. I'm very interested to see how the events of the DPP are going to turn out, because now she's requesting for a waiver for her to be able to appear before the JCC. So something that I would like us all to echo on is, assuming such a situation presented itself, I'm not very knowledgeable legally, so thankfully we have lawyers in the room. Assuming such a situation presented itself for the data commissioner and they have taken an oath of secrecy, how best would we be able to avoid situations that are happening now? And I think this would also border on the appointments, like has been stated, because then if they owe their allegiance to the political party that appointed them, we will see that we will not be able to get anything out of this commissioner, because then the bias at play. So perhaps as the sessions go on, if we are going to talk about the legal aspect of the oath of secrecy, and if there's also a body like as is the JCC that can that can call upon the commissioner to review certain complaints and things like that.
Yes, so the what is happening with the Director of Public Prosecution, that I almost call it drama, but that thriller that we are seeing. Then it should be a lesson. I'm not a legal person, but as a citizen, I think it should be a lesson. And how do we strengthen constitutional offices, but also how do we protect how do we protect the public from constitutional office orders? You get the point. You get the point. How do we balance the two? So I think as we talk about strengthening the office of the commission, how should we protect the public from the office of the commissioner, that it doesn't become a demigod, a small god there. You can't remove them, those are protected by law and all that. So, first is just to complete by, so that we come up with a recommendation that we don't speak to that contributes to strengthening these public processes. We exhausted our time, madam. I thought you were going to say no. So thank you very much. Mr. John wants to say, Brian wants to say something.
I think that's something about the oath of secrecy. From my understanding is that you swear that you will not disclose. You will not disclose secrets. You swear that. Therefore, I don't see someone saying, okay, can we disclose? Like you're going against what you signed. Remember in the MLD petition, I think, if you remember that case, there was someone who requested to divulge secrets. I'm sure you know the person, I don't want to mention the name. What if the court, they didn't allow that? Because it's as good as saying the oath of secret is useless. Because that thing you sign that you will not divulge. So now for you to say, I want to divulge, you said you want to go against what you signed. So I think without touching on the DPP case, I'm just looking at the past here example of a case where someone requested to divulge during the MLD petition, and that was not permitted. So if we don't want the oath of secret, because the person I believe we should not sign. The moment you sign, you are bound. I'm sure if you divulge after you sign it, you are told maybe how long will be jailed. It's an offense, actually.
Thank you very much for your time in this session. Thank you back to you. We'll have this moderation class.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longa, for taking us through that session on data protection and really just piquing our interest as to why we should get involved in that advocacy. In proceeding, as you get ready, we'd just like to we'll just big hello and introductions from colleagues that have just joined us. I'm sure you can see that the room is now full. Yes. Michelle.
Good morning, everyone. Following days and hours.
Good morning, I'm Gideon Mapim-Sonda from Gears Asia Tutorial.
Good morning, my name is Daniel Wani Chilapata, and Responsibility Community Guardian and Tulane. I sit on the board of Blue Hazards Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Dapa from. Good morning, and my name is Ella Sampagila.
Thank you very much. You put us just on time. Boy, are you ready for us? So we'll be moving along to an introduction to internet policy analysis, really looking at what is policy analysis, how can it be conducted and used in internet policy development. And Boy will be joining us virtually.
Good morning, everyone. Can you confirm if you can hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you. Please take it up. You have a 2-minute.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeboye Adegoke. I'm with Paradigm Initiative. Excuse me. And I'll be talking about internet policy analysis. The plan was for me to be there in person, but the god of visa did not permit. But we'll try and make the best use of the time to ensure that we are able to maximize the time allocated for this, and also to be able to have the best time within the limited time allocated. And I also hope that we can also have an engaging session, despite the fact that I'm not there in person. I hope that that will not be a barrier to having a session that is fun. Okay, I can hear some voices at the background. I don't know whether it is one of the remote participants that are making.
You can go ahead now.
Okay, I've been talking. Is anybody hearing me at all?
Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you, but it looks like you can't hear me. Hello? Okay, it looks like those who are online can hear me, but it looks like those who are in the room cannot hear me. So there has to be something with the audio in the room that needs to be fixed.
Just go ahead and try again.
Okay, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me too?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Although there are some echo from the room, but I can hear you.
Okay, just go ahead and start the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so I put off my video just to kind of make my bandwidth, accommodate the audio better. For most part of the conversation, I'll be sharing my screen so that we can follow the slide. So just let me do that right away. Please let me know when you can see the screen. Okay, I just need somebody to help me confirm that the screen, okay, I can see that the screen is visible in the room. If that is the case, then I can go ahead. So I'm talking about introduction to internet policy analysis. And in order to do that, I'll be speaking with respect to what is policy analysis and how it can be used for internet policy analysis. From my evaluation of the participants at this meeting today, I believe that we are all experienced to some level, and some of these issues are not new to us. So I do not expect that this will be some sort of elementary level kind of conversation. I also don't expect that this will be a one-way conversation. In other words, I would expect that there will also be a lot of back and forth, listening to your own perspective as well on some of this issue. But I will try as much as possible to narrow this down to what is really relevant to the objective of the workshop that we're having today around shaping internet policy. What is policy analysis? How can it be used for internet policy analysis? I think it's very important to stress that internet policy analysis, it's also a form of policy analysis, and it is not essentially different from policy analysis. It's just a subject matter, specific subject matter. That's why it is categorized like this. So it can be defined as a course of action, and this is defining policy itself now. A course of action proposed by a government, business, or individual to guide its direction or course of action. When we talk about public policy, so I just talked about policy itself, but when we talk about public policy, then you are more focused on the government. You are looking at law, regulations, procedure, administrative action, incentive, or voluntary practice of government and other institutions. And other institutions are listed to make accommodation for the potential impact of policies that some institutions make, but that can have a lot of effects on the public, or that can have a public dimension. And I guess we'll still get to that at some point. Internet policy are law, regulations, procedure, administrative action, incentive, or voluntary practice governing how we use the internet or how we apply the internet to other aspects of our lives. But what is policy analysis? This is also a generic definition of policy analysis, which is defined as the process of identifying potential impact of policy options. Policy options are often developed to address particular problems. Policy analysis is about comparing those options to choose the most effective, efficient, less harmful, and feasible out of the options that have been provided. Now, what this definition immediately reveals is that policy analysis can happen at different levels. It can happen before, it can happen after. But quickly, let's look at what internet policy analysis is. It includes identifying potential policy effects of widespread use of internet by citizens, firms, governments, and others. So when we talk about internet policy analysis, we have narrowed it down. We're not talking about policy analysis generally. We're talking about identifying the effects of the widespread use of policy or widespread use of the internet, either by citizens, after by firms, by governments, or other actors. So I'll move to policy analysis itself. I was making this point earlier that it can happen before or after. So policy analysis is not necessarily something that is done before, although ideally it should be done before. But sometimes, especially in our context in this part of the world, I heard Richard saying the other time that you guys are yet to see a particular draft policy or law. I'm not sure which one, but I'm sure I heard that. That is also one of the reasons why sometimes we don't have a choice but to do the analysis until after the policy has been introduced. But ideally, this should happen before. So we are looking at how the internet and internet-enabled social change might impact upon issues such as human rights, democracy, social justice, climate change, inclusion, gender, person with disabilities, and marginalized groups generally. So when we conduct internet policy analysis, what are the things we are looking for? They are the things I try to identify here. We're looking for how a new policy that is being considered, how it might potentially affect human rights, how it might affect democracy, how it might affect social justice. And you know, in the recent years, there have been what I call an expansion of internet policy issues. We didn't start to hear about, for example, digital rights and climate change until very recently. And I think there is a lot of work, especially if you go into the academics, there's a lot of expansion that is happening within the digital rights space in terms of how internet policy might impact on a lot of topical issue, within the space. So it is interesting, but just to put it out there that for us, I think when we conduct this analysis, these are the issues we are really looking out for. For different type of stakeholder, their concerns will definitely be different. But when an organization like ours that is focused on inclusion and rights, when we are conducting internet policy analysis, we are looking at how does these policies potentially affect human rights? How does it potentially affect inclusion issues such as gender, such as person with disabilities, marginalized group, underserved groups, and how can it potentially affect democracy, social justice, and other issues that are key to our heart? So I'm putting it out there so that we do understand that when we conduct policy analysis, we are not just engaging in some academic exercise. We are very particular about the issues that we want to address in such analysis. And that helps us, kind of guides us in how we go about the analysis. So for example, when you hear Richard talk about maybe the cyber crimes law in Zambia, the data protection law in Zambia, there are key things he wants to see in those laws. And there are perhaps certain things in the law that are concerning based on the value of based on the kind of work we do, based on the value that surrounds or that define the work that we do. So in reality, and I'm emphasizing this so that we can contextualize the issue to our reality. Access to the internet is increasing rapidly across the African continent. But critical stakeholders are excluded from policy or legislative processes, and their interests are not taken into account. I did mention just very recently how sometimes you don't even get to hear about a new policy until it has been introduced, or it has been enacted, a new law. Sometimes you don't get to hear about it until maybe the the parliament has debated it or the president has signed it into law. So that shows you that sometimes critical stakeholders like yourself are sometimes excluded from the process. And this is contextualizing the conversation. Maybe in an ideal situation, this is not what usually obtains, but in our process, in our reality, this is what we often come across. So when we are excluded from that process, we are unable to engage that process until probably it is a public document. And also one unfortunate thing that we have also seen is that political leaders that are seeking to adopt policies, regulation, or laws, they appear to be learning or replicating international worst practices. So we always talk about international best practices. But sometimes the policy we are replicating are not necessarily the best practices that are around. Sometimes they are actually the worst practices that are around. So for example, Cameroon shuts down the internet. Then the next thing you hear is that its neighbor Chad also shuts down the internet. The next thing you hear is, you hear that Uganda has introduced a law to tax social media use in the country. And the next thing you hear is that Nigeria is also considering introducing tax on social media. And these things happen because political leaders just look at other jurisdictions and see what are they doing, and then they copy some of these examples. And I'm laying this background to make a case on why we have to be very, very deeply involved in internet policy analysis. So bad laws are often taken from other regions and adapted in African countries. An example is the protection from falsehood and internet manipulation law that was passed by Singapore and that was now imported into Nigeria. Nigeria was discussing a legislation to that effect very rigorously, and it led to a lot of public outcry. For example, we did an analysis of that policy, for example. So, for example, in that context as well, what we found out was that the parliament was discussing that law, and thankfully the media amplified that conversation, and we got to know about it. We looked for a copy of the proposed law, and when we look at it, we found out that it was copy and pasted from Singapore. And the only way we could have found out is because we decided to analyze the policy. We looked into it, what are the issues with it. That helped us to develop an advocacy document. And that is an opportunity for me to talk about the relevance or the importance of policy analysis to advocacy. So you can't talk about policy advocacy without policy analysis. Policy advocacy relies on policy analysis. Advocacy can be reduced to a shouting match. Advocacy can be reduced to aimless activism without proper policy analysis that is backing it up. So before you stand before the media to say a law is bad, a regulation is harmful, or we don't want this law, you must have conducted an analysis. Well, and you don't have to be the one to conduct it anyway, because there is also division of labor. And we encourage that a lot. But somebody, some organization, some individuals must have looked into those policies and have identified the issues of concern. And that kind of helps us when we want to do policy advocacy. We are armed with those outputs that comes from policy analysis process, and we're able to engage on that basis. So when you are talking to the media, you are very confident because you know exactly what you are saying, because whatever you're saying is an outcome of your policy analysis process that has looked at the issues that have just opposed to the issues you are most keenly interested about. You have looked at how it affects human rights. You've looked at how it affects social justice. You look at how it affects democracy. You look at how it affects inclusion issues such as gender issues, etc., and all of that. So when you have done all of that, you are harmed in terms of you know exactly what you are saying. And if you have to appear in a debate, maybe with a government stakeholder or for people who are pushing a policy, you are able to, you are in a position to kind of educate them to speak very articulately to the issues without stuttering, without appearing as somebody who is just engaged in activism without knowing exactly what they are saying. So that's why I think policy analysis is a very key element, very key capacity that every organization that is involved in policy advocacy must have or must be able to exhibit to show that you are not just a loudmouth, but you are a thought leader on the issues that you are most interested about. Policy is an essential skill for civil society, media, and others working in the digital rights and inclusion space. I think I already spoke to this. You cannot underplay the importance of policy analysis skills. It is very, very key to the work that we do. Without that skill, we are just noise makers, to be honest. And over the years, I've seen that sometimes in society, activists are seen as people who are just making noise without understanding the issues that they're talking about. But when we engage very, strategically in policy analysis and develop that skills as well, we are in a better position to engage on policy issues and also for our voices to be respected. As I said earlier, it gives us thought leadership on the issues. So we're going to conduct a class exercise now. I need to feel a connection with the room so that I don't just feel like I'm talking to myself. I need to know that you are following me and that you are very keenly interested in the issue. So I have come up with a class exercise, which is for us to list what we consider are the key internet policy issues. So when you look at the internet, in its application, in its uses, and also the activities of the companies that provide internet services or companies who provide services using the internet, what are the key issues that you think are most essential for internet policy analysis? So, I mean, I've spoken to a few ones, but I'm sure that there are many of them. So it would be great to hear from the room. What are your thoughts? So I would love for us to make the mic available for participants to be able to share their thoughts from the room, and I'll be listening. Thank you very much.
Policies must be made. The policy must
So for instance, the three cyber laws we just quickly passed to ensure that they will do with the election period. And that has not been good for the country because now we're in a place where people, when we tend to depend on the individual or rather the political will, so if at the helm of the country or the ministry, you have a leader that is progressive, then they will take a blind eye to what exists within the policy. And when you have somebody who opts to deal with people, they use those policies. So just like the Public Order Act, I don't know, we need to get a place where we can start. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we face.
One of the problems with our ICT policy, and our policies in general is that their objectives are drafted in such a vague manner that they are neither measurable or we can never really tell whether we've achieved their goals because they're so vague and they're so widely drafted that there's no specificity in them. Another thing is the policies, what you mentioned about how they're fitted to specific individuals, is that they're fitted to specific times with very little room for growth, very little room for adaptability. And so when changes happen, like I have mentioned, they come up with it. We then have processes like when our ICT acts were passed, where the legislature overtakes the policy. Now we have to go back and say, oh, but we have an existing ICT policy, and now we have to change the policy to meet the legislation that goes with it. And that's one of the problems.
For me, one internet issue has to do with policy, has to do with the cost. In Zambia, we have now free education, where a lot of people who are just staying at home who could not watch because of school fees, government is paying for them. Okay, so they are back in school. So, have we come up with a policy that will make internet accessible to each and every citizen, including those who have just come because of the free education? I see a bit of contradictory way of managing the country where you have free education on one hand, but you are also not providing for internet. We are not making internet accessible to these people who should learn. Because like we are in this workshop, we are learning through online. Someone is presenting through online. And this is what is happening in most schools, most universities. You no longer need to go and physically meet your lecturer. You have to learn through Zoom, Google Meet, and all these other platforms. So how do we make internet accessible? As an internet issue, I think we need to address the cost so that we have nice policies to address to this free education we have in Zambia.
Was quite similar to his contribution. But basically, I think we have a bit of a disparity between our ICT laws. I mean, they do seem to be, by and large, to be how the laws and policies in Africa in general. But on the other hand, I think we're failing to take account of the fact that we are still a developing country, and there are areas in the country where, of course, we're talking about internet policies and whatnot, but there are people who are still unable to access, a large number of the population is still unable to access these services. So I think the issue of digital inclusion comes in and digital equality. At a fundamental level, we're still unable to do these more basic aspects while we're still, on the other hand, trying to reach for the stars. So I think our policies should be a little bit more considerate in balancing, the needs to uplift everybody else, while we're also trying to deal with these other emerging issues in the internet policy space?
Okay, I guess I can continue from here. Unfortunately, hello, can I continue?
Hello, can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you now. Can I continue? Okay, it doesn't look like you can hear me, but I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I just need to confirm that you can hear me too. I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Did you catch the question?
No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't catch the questions. So if you can repeat the question, I can hear you. So if you can repeat the question, I can then take it.
Okay, so there were no questions per se, but people were giving contributions. I've sent you a summary. So maybe you
okay, thank you. Okay, all right, Bulanda. I saw the summary that you sent, and I think I also heard some of the speakers, especially towards the end. I heard some of the views expressed in the room. I mean, like I said, these are issues that most of us are familiar with, but just to also just feel the temperature in the room about how we conceive that issues and how we prioritize some of those issues. So what I'm going to do next is I'm about to end the presentation. I want to quickly speak to two things. Number one is to speak to what I think are the impact of policy analysis and also tools for policy analysis. I should be able to do that in 5 minutes. So with respect to, okay, let me just share my screen again so that we can all be on the same page. Okay, so with respect to impact, so I mean, when we effectively engage in policy analysis, it gives us an opportunity to set the policy agenda. So one of the things that I think is helpful with the kind of work we do is that we can position ourselves to set the policy agenda for our country, for in our jurisdiction, etc. And I mean, thankfully, that's what we came here to do. So, for example, we are having those workshops. This is not the first workshop we're having.
Sound.
You lost me. You can't hear me anymore. Hello. Hello.
Proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry?
proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the point I was making is that I'm talking about the impact of policy analysis in the context of how it helps us to set the policy agenda. So when we develop the right policy analysis skills, we are also able to set the policy agenda for our country, in terms of being able to drive conversation, in terms of what issues needs to be looked into and all of that. So I think the person who sets the agenda, it's an advantage because once you define the agenda, every conversation that follows, the back and forth, will be revolving around that agenda. So when, as media organization, as bloggers, as civil society organization, we are able to set a policy agenda, it gives us an opportunity to even shape the direction of policy conversation in our jurisdiction. And that leads me to the second impact, shaping policy. we are able to shape policy in the direction that we want. So if you want an internet policy, for example, that is inclusive, that is retrospective, policy analysis help us to achieve that, because when you conduct policy analysis, you're able to shape the policy in the direction that you want. It also enables us to correct bad policy. So through policy analysis, you're able to identify issues with existing policy, and you're able to offer alternative, and also maybe mobilize, do advocacy around it until you have that policy, corrected. And also impact in terms of, okay, we want human rights respecting policy. If you're able to get that human rights respecting policy, that means we've made the desired impact. We have achieved the desired outcome, and that is impact. So I think those four, benefits of policy analysis are very important for me to highlight. And lastly, tools of policy analysis. I think it's just very important to also talk about tools of policy analysis. Of course, the obvious one is research. You can't analyze a policy without research. You have to do research. Where else have they introduced this type of policy? What have been the outcome? How has it impacted the communities? How has it affected marginalized group? How has it affected human rights? What positive has come out of it? So when you do research, it helps you to be able to identify those type of issues, and also to be able to do some comparison, some comparative analysis. Also, capacity building. We cannot effectively, conduct policy analysis without having the capacity to do it. What we are doing today is like a capacity building workshop. It's also to help us develop better skills at, engaging in policy analysis. And of course, advocacy. It's also very important, especially within our context, because if you are not in government or even maybe private sector, you are never invited to the table to come and have conversation around, upcoming policies. So our advocacy is not just focused on the issues we are trying to, see in the policy. Our advocacy is also focused on ensuring that we get a seat at the table. So that's why, for example, in internet governance space, there is a lot of advocacy work around promoting multi-stakeholderism in development of cyber policies. So that advocacy is also essential for us to be able to, engage in policy, shaping, being able to impact the policy space. And also convenings are very key. During events such as the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, the upcoming Forum on Internet Freedom and Africa, which interestingly happened in Zambia in September.
Are you with us, Boy?
Okay, I think Boy lost his connection.
Please proceed with.
He lost his connection, so he will be joining soon. He went off the call, so he'll be joining soon.
Okay, thank you. Boy has been.
Give it 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh. He's going to say.
Unfortunately, we will go for it. I'm not sure if we'll be able to connect anytime soon. That will bring us to our level break, which we can take for about 10 minutes, and please do be in your time to be able to let the people speak the program. Thank you very much.
Remember the bus.
Hi, Samuel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, Bulanda. Good morning, everyone.
Samuel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, Bulanda. Hi, Bulanda.
Hi, Samuel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Say something so we can fix the audio before we begin.
Yes, I can
So this
hear
one
you.
looks
Or can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear us. Okay, we can also hear you. Can we connect to the speaker? We can hear you and we can see your screen. Just trying to beam it. Something seems to have gone wrong with our projector. Okay, we are good to go. I'll be calling on you shortly.
All right, thank you.
Hello, can you hear us? Try and say something.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Just trying to pair the speaker.
It's not giving me.
Can you also hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Say something.
Hi, Bulanda.
Hi, okay.
Give that option. Speaker, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Why is it making noise? Would you please say something again?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Let me try from connecting via the laptop.
Yeah. Which one is the sensor now?
This is just taking it back.
Okay, please say something once more.
Hello, Blanda, can you hear me? Hello.
Again, please, louder.
Hello, can you hear me?
I don't know what's happening with settings.
Hi, Blanda.
Again, testing 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you, Blanda.
It shows that it's connected. Should be. Again, please.
I can hear you, Blanda.
Okay, and now say something. Yes, we know you can hear him, but we're trying to fix the audio on our end. So can someone keep saying something so that we can pick up your audio? We're trying to pick up the audio on the speakers. So you can just keep saying testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're trying to reconnect another device.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3.
We've lost 10 minutes.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We keep it on. Oh.
That's what we were using before.
But we did this over tea break. So we just start. Okay, please say something again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, say something.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, for the last time, please say something.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's connected now, but how do we stop that feedback?
Stop it.
If you mute this PC here, what happens? Not that mute. Someone please say something. Say something. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's working, yeah? I can hear him on the speaker. Really? Again, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
So maybe just sleep. Again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
So water on. No. Again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I can't hear him on the speaker. Again, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Has it changed? Again, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We still can't hear him on the speaker.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, perfect now. Thank you so much.
You can go ahead and present.
All right, thank you. Please, can someone confirm if they can hear me audibly?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Bulanda and the technical team. As earlier mentioned by Boye, I was supposed to be in Zambia physically, but couldn't make it because of the visa issues. So this morning, I'll be speaking to us on using monitoring and evaluation tools for effective advocacy. I know most of us in the room are not new to the word monitoring and evaluation, M&E, but what we are doing this morning is just to tell us how M&E tools are used for advocacy. And thanks to Richard for setting the tone by talking about data protection, data transfer, etc. But what we're doing this morning is talking about data used for advocacy. So once again, my name is Samuel Ujizile. I work as a senior monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning officer with Paradigm Initiative. So these are the outline for this morning presentation. So at the end of this session, we'll be able to define what monitoring and evaluation is, and we'll be able to identify the benefits of M&E to advocacy, to know why M&E is important to advocacy, to know who is responsible for M&E, to know the types of M&E tools, and finally to know why we need to monitor and measure advocacy process. So let's begin. So what is monitoring? Monitoring is a continuous process of collecting, analyzing, documenting, and reporting information on progress to achieve set objectives. I think this was defined when Richard was trying to define data for us earlier. And monitoring helps us to identify trends and patterns, adapt strategies, and inform decisions for projects or program management. And also it is used to track changes in program performance over time. So this is all what monitoring is all about. So let's define evaluation. So evaluation is a periodic assessment like monitoring, and is also systematic and objective as possible of an ongoing or completed project, program, or policy, its design, implementation, and results. Like monitoring, it also involves gathering, analyzing, interpreting, reporting information based on credible data. If you are following, we talked about data when we were actually defining monitoring, and evaluation actually also involves about data. And here I said evaluation is episodic, that is, it is continuous and often focused at the midpoint and end of implementation period. So let's define what monitoring and evaluation means. So what is M&E, monitoring and evaluation? Monitoring and evaluation are essential management tools which ensure that activities are implemented as planned and to assess whether desired results are being achieved. So in any project, whether in advocacy, whether in health, whether in anything, monitoring and evaluation is very, very essential to monitor how program objectives are being met. So here I say monitoring and evaluation is about collecting. You can see I highlighted some words: collecting, storing, analyzing, and finally transforming this data into strategic information so it can be used to make informed decisions for program management and improvements, policy formulation, and advocacy. Earlier, Boy was talking about policy analysis. Without data, we cannot do any policy analysis. Data now is the new oil. So without data, we cannot do anything. That's why we are talking to us this morning about using M&E as a tool for advocacy. So let's continue. So this diagram is showing us M&E at a glance. We can see the first chart here. It says how well are we doing? That is monitoring. And how well do we do evaluation? This is the endpoint. And we can see that M&E is a continuous assessment of our activities, whether we are achieving the set objective, and the evaluation part of the M&E is to validate the results achieved over time and how we have achieved these results, why, and how they were being achieved or they were not being achieved. That is M&E at a glance. So let's go to the benefits of monitoring and evaluation. The first one I highlighted here is that it identifies problems early and propose solutions. 2, it evaluates achievement of project objectives, enabling the tracking of progress towards achievement of the desired goals. The third one is that it improves project and program design through feedback provided from baseline, mid-term, terminal, and ex-post evaluations. The fourth point here says, provide the evidence, basis for building consensus between stakeholders. We can all agree that you cannot talk to stakeholders if you don't have informed as in information. And how do you get this information? You can get this information by analyzing the data you have at hand. So the final point here says it incorporates stakeholders' views and promotes participation, ownership, and accountability. As a civil society leaders, we can be held accountable and to own a project if we actually have a good data to show for our projects. So why is money important for advocacy work? 1, through participating in monitoring and evaluation, activists like us in the room gain valuable information about what tactics and approaches are most effective. So again, why is M&E important for advocacy work? We can also learn what things to look out for in the context when planning and implementing a campaign as a civil society leader. The third point, it helps to improve your advocacy strategy. If you have enough data, you know the next step of action and when and how to take such actions. The final point here says it enables us to be accountable to donors and internal and external stakeholders. Donors giving you money to implement a project, all they want to see is the narrative of how you spent the money using data, how many people you have influenced, how many people you have impacted. So who is responsible for monitoring advocacy? This is a rhetorical question. All of us in the room are responsible for monitoring advocacy. Like I said, advocates and campaigners like us in the room are responsible for day-to-day M&A of an advocacy initiative. But M&A specialists can make your M&A strategies to be watertight, and they can make it as a more robust, and they can advise on data collection methods and choose when and how to use it. So let's talk about the type of M&E tools. I'm trying to rush us because of our time. We have basically 3 M&E tools. The first one is the planning tools. The second one is data collection tools. And the third one is the auxiliary tools. These tools can be used as standalone, and they can be used all together. The planning tools are used in the planning process in the M&E cycle, and the data collection tools can be used for the data collection during M&A functions, projects, or programs. And the auxiliary tools are the cross-cutting tools that can be used both in the planning and the data collection process. So let's take as in these tools one by one. Let's talk about the planning tools briefly. So these are the 3 planning tools. We have the theory of change, we have the logical framework, and we have the result framework. As highlighted here, the theory of change articulates how we believe change will happen, and as a result, how we plan to invest our time and resources to contribute to that change. I'll be showing us in next slide how a theory of change is actually itemized. So the second planning tool is the logical framework, and this summarizes what the project intends to do and how, in a logical manner, how this project is going to be carried out. And it's also outlined the outputs, outcomes that will be monitored and evaluated. And the third one is the result framework, and it's usually presented in diagrams that present the program strategies for achieving specific objectives and the intermediate results. So these are the planning tools at a glance. So as I said earlier, this is the theory of change. You can see here the assumptions that all community and voices are equal, etc., dovetailing into relationships, dovetailing into human capital and the financial resources invested in the projects. Also the information, and here we can see the output, and the output actually comprises of the campaign's collaboration of the incubators, the training feedback mechanism, and the multi-stakeholders as initiative policy change, and moving towards intermediate outcomes, bringing together the knowledge and skills and the communities for change and long-term outcomes, coming into our impact and more inclusive, accountable society. We can go online and see as in so many theory of change that are relevant to our work. So this is the logical framework. Because of our time, I'll just as in leave it for a few seconds for us to actually as in glance through. We can see the first column, the project description, the second column, performance indicators, the third column, the means of verification and the assumption. This is just a logical framework at a glance. Like I said earlier, we can go online to see as in some logical framework that we can adapt to work as civil society leaders. So this is the result framework. This is actually how the result framework as in look like. We can see the goal, we can write our goal, the purpose, we have the component objective 1 and the component objective 2, dovetailing into the output and dovetailing into the activities. We can actually as in do this to make our work as a more robust. So let's go to the second type of M&E tool used in advocacy, and it is the data collection tools or method. The data collection use is essential for effective evidence-based advocacy. And like I said earlier, data is used to sway stakeholders. If you are talking to stakeholders, you need data to show that you have done something or you want to do something. And data is used to identify policy that requires revision and to develop recommendations for systemic change. And we have two types of data collection method. We have the quantitative and the qualitative data collection method. And I highlighted that the quantitative data collection method is very objective. And is statistical in nature, and an example is the questionnaire that we fill online, and the one as in we fill as in physically. An example of quantitative data collection method is also surveys. And for the qualitative data collection method, these are methods that describe the qualities or the characteristics, and it is collected using interviews. Observation frequently appears in narrative form. In the subsequent slide, I'll be showing us how quantitative data collection methods are being conducted and how qualitative data collection methods are being conducted. So briefly, let's talk about the difference between the qualitative and quantitative data collection methods. From the definition, quantitative data collection method can be numerically analyzed and quantified into hard facts. You can see the figures 1, 2, 3. But for the qualitative, is non-numerical. It describes the qualities, opinion that are objective or subjective, or the feelings of the participants or respondents of the data. So about the data collection method for the quantitative, it can be online, it can be in person, it can be phone interviews or surveys with close-ended questions like, what is your name? And it can be a controlled experiment and more. For the qualitative, it is open-ended question. They can ask you, how do you feel about this thing? You can express yourself. It can be unstructured interviews like informant interviews, focus group discussion, etc. And it can be an observation too. What quantitative data collection based method is used for? It can be used to draw conclusion through larger scale studies by conducting statistical analysis. For qualitative, it can be used to formulate hypotheses and gathering detailed information from smaller groups, let's say maximum of 15 as into 20 respondents. For the analysis of quantitative, it is statistically analyzed through charts, tables, and statistical programs. For qualitative data collection methods, the analysis can be done manually, but recently we've had as in so many analysis tools such as NVivo and all the rest. And you can see here of example of quantitative questions. Did you buy ice cream today? It's either yes or no, or 1 or 2. For the quantitative, you can see example, why did you buy ice cream? You want to feel as in what the respondent is talking about, not about a monosyllabic answer, yes or no. And data example, you can see that quantitative data can be expressed in percentages, but for the qualitative, it can be expressed in narratives. So basic qualitative data collection method, as I mentioned earlier, it can be interviews, focus group discussion, and observation, and are common to most social development interventions, and we can use that as a civil society leaders to actually inquire or to dig deep into a certain subject. And these are tools which are used for management purposes in many advocacy interventions, whether or not they are considered to be M&E tools. So here I give a pictorial example of how key informant interview is done. We can see that key informant interview is actually one-on-one interview with the respondents. And I said these interviews are routinely carried out with different stakeholders during advocacy interventions. They can be carried out individually or with a group of people. And they may be carried out with key informants, members of the public who have been targeted with advocacy messages, key decision makers, or any other relevant stakeholder. So let's see how focus group discussion is being done. We can see here that focus group discussion is being done by people sitting in a circle, and the minimum respondent for conducting focus group discussion should be, I think, 6 or 9, and the maximum should be 12. And focus group discussion are facilitated discussion held with a small group of people who have special knowledge or interest in a particular topic. They used to find out the perception and attitudes of a defined group of people. In advocacy work, they are particularly useful for looking at changes in knowledge, attitude, practices, and behavior amongst targeted population. You can see observations, somebody just standing here looking at what is being done in a meeting or in a workshop. And like I said, observation is one of the most basic data collection methods. It involves seeing things and then recording and analyzing what is seen. All advocates engage in observation during advocacy intervention. I know all of us are observer in this workshop that we are in. We are observing what is going on and we are trying to analyze our thoughts. And I said here that when observation used for M&A purpose of observation, thought, analyze are recorded, shared, and discussed. Sometimes observation checklists are developed before meeting or event to identify what to look for. I didn't put the observation can be official or unofficial, but we can see here that the person here is observing officially. And it can be used to advocate or can be used in advocacy. So why do we need to monitor and measure advocacy process? All we have been talking about is just to help us to articulate our thoughts on why we need to monitor and measure advocacy process. The first one here is that as a process of influencing policy change, like we said earlier, and translating policy into practice can be a very long and iterative one. It is important that we document incremental progress towards our advocacy objectives to ensure that we are moving in the right direction. How do we know that we are moving in the right direction? By gathering data and analyzing them over time. The second point here says, in order to measure progress towards your final advocacy objectives and assess what you have achieved on the way, you need to define, track, and measure intermediate outcomes. How do you measure intermediate or track your progress, short term or long term? Is by gathering data over time, by monitoring your objective, how they are met, and maybe your set objective have been met or not. And the third and the final one here says advocacy indicators can be defined at different levels of results. The first one is the process, second output, and the third one is the outcome. And I said here that advocacy indicators are often qualitative, that is people's judgment or perceptions about a subject, or measure commitment made or changes in the attitude, behaviors of decision makers. We can see here that we can go on and on to itemize why we need to monitor and measure the advocacy process. This is just a tip of the iceberg. We can actually itemize this and try to sort of itemize our objective and measure them over time to know if we are meeting the set objectives set at the beginning of our project. So finally, I write here that we do not wait until our activities have been planned or underway to decide on a M&A strategy. We should decide at the inception of our advocacy strategy or projects, the type of M&A tool that we should use. Thank you so much. And thanks for listening. Over to you, Bulanda. Thank you. Please, can anyone hear me in the room? Hello, Bulanda.
Can you hear us now?
All right, thank you. Please, do we have any question or concern or contribution?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear?
Hello, please, I can't hear you. I think the audio is a bit not audible. It's not audible enough.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, on it.
Okay.
Please, any question, concern, contribution, or feedback?
Hello? Are you hearing? Can you hear me?
Yes, but your voice is a bit faint.
Okay, I will try to ask one question. Thank you, first of all, for the input. My question is, what is the major struggle that you face when you define indicators on different accountability processes? Because that's often where we struggle. Everybody is like, let's do M&E, great, we want to use it for communication. But then when you sit down and you look at it, that's where we often have breaking points. I hope you heard me.
Sorry, I can't hear the question clearly. Please, can somebody help me to type the question so I can respond?
In many organizations.
Please, can someone help me to type the question? I couldn't hear the question clearly the other time. I've done that.
M&E people can be quite overbearing. How do you deal with the conflicts that might arise between M&E and the project people? Thank you.
My question is on the two methods that you have given us, quantitative and qualitative. Is it always advisable that you have to combine both quantitative and qualitative for you to come up with a strong push? I'm asking this because I'm coming from the media where we usually combine. We don't just write plain stories to advocate for something. We also put statistics in a story. So what is able to combine the two methods, or maybe you need to focus on one as you are pushing for advocacy?
Those are all the questions.
Yeah, about 3 questions for now. Someone, have you been able to access the question?
Hi, Bulanda. Can you hear me?
Has it dropped off?
Yes, Samuel dropped off the call. He's having network issues. So could you please just collate the questions, and once he's back, he will respond to them. Okay.
Send them to him.
Okay, he will join soon, but I think in the meantime, we can go on so we don't wait and spend more time.
So any reactions as you wait for someone to come back? Yes.
Maybe something coming from what Mr. Sikago said. I think when it comes to the work which civil society does, I think there's a lot which we do when it comes to advocacy. Most of the time we do not measure it, and it's very, very hard to tell a story about what we've done and what we've been to at the end of the journey. You know you've been up to a lot, but it's very, very hard to tell the story. So I think when it comes to the component of M&E and advocacy, I think it's something which is increasingly becoming very, very important to incorporate into advocacy work.
Thank you very much for that.
Everyone, please, can anyone hear me in the room?
Yes, we can hear you, Samuel. Just wanted to your question. So I'm not an M&E expert. M&E expert.
Hello.
Your question about the challenge indicators is a real one, and it's one that over time we've had challenges with. And what I can say that I've done personally and we try to do at Paradigm is right from the inception of the project, going through the theory of change, really break down to the minutest outcome of the objective. And I feel like that helps in, being able to specify indicators, midterm, long-term, short-term. So that's a practice that we've had to learn over time working on projects. So I think one of the key ingredients is proper planning. Knowing what your outcome is, what is your output. If you define your output and your objectives, it becomes a lot less challenging to identify indicators. And then obviously having those conversations with the people working on the project. If you're working with funders, having this conversation with the funders, what do they also expect? That also helps. I'll let Samuel also answer from the technical aspect. I hope that helps.
All right. Thank you, Inena, for that sort of answer. I think I wouldn't say much about that. So I think I should just jump to other question. So the question here says, is it only a must to use both quantitative and qualitative? Can you focus on one? I wouldn't want to say yes or no to that, but my suggestion would be that to make your evaluation or monitoring robust, you should use the two, both qualitative and quantitative. But some projects, if at the beginning you specify that you are going to do quantitative, it's better you stick as into that quantitative evaluation, because digressing at the midpoint might actually as in shift the focus of your project. Like Inina said earlier, it's better you state everything at the inception of the program before you begin. So I'll go back. It's not a must. You can use quantitative data collection method as a standalone and qualitative data collection method as a standalone. But to make your evaluation process more robust, you can use the two together. So the other question here says, what are the possibilities of having simplified M&A framework before organization is big? The possibilities are they are open. You can have a simplified one by breaking down the objective, like Inina said the other time, your output stated clearly, your outcome, your inputs, and every other thing, simplify them and try to build a robust framework, as in for your project. So another question under that said, how do you deal with conflicts of M&E and project people? That's one I heave a sigh of relief, because there's always conflicts between M&E and project people, because project people believe that M&E is actually try to winch on the project. No. For project people, they look at the sweet side of the project, that this is what we have done, this is what we have done, this is what we have achieved. But for M&E, you are looking at what you have done midway and what you have not done so well. It's a learning process. And in M&E, it's an evolving as a field. So the conflicts to resolve that is to make sure that the M&E person in the organization or on the project is part of the project team. Make sure that the M&E and the project people are the one that drafted the project proposal. So it won't be as in conflict in the middle, or when you are writing the evaluation report, or when you are writing the project report. So you can do that by making sure that everybody is on the same page. Thank you. I don't know, maybe I answered that question very well. Can someone confirm if they can hear me clearly?
Yes, we heard all that again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, please, any other feedback, concern, or questions?
Okay, looks like we've exhausted all the questions and contributions now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Belinda. Thank you, everyone.
So in proceeding with our program, I'll now take us through a session on advocacy communication. It's really, how do we turn policy language into understandable communication that demonstrates our ideas as being relevant in people's lives, and also bringing, to motivate them to action, or bringing them to take action.
Yes.
So this session really is just going to be a conversation starter around how have we been engaging in advocacy communications, how creative have we been, especially in translating policy language, which we all know can be very, very technical. So how do we translate policy language into simplified language that our different constituents can understand? So it's really, like I say, the conversation starter. I'll present some examples of what we have done, hoping to inspire someone in the room. But of course, towards the end also, we'd also like to learn what have we been doing as we've been engaging in our advocacy, and of course, communicating those objective goals and outcomes So I won't dwell so much in terms of explaining what is advocacy or advocacy communications. I believe we're all citizen actors and been doing this almost in our day-to-day lives as well. So pick it up from a point where we all have different advocacy projects that we're working on advocating for one policy or the other. We have our plans laid out, our objectives, our goals. Within that, we've already identified our targeted stakeholders, our activities, and of course, we have our communications. And we'll map the different messaging and the channels that we use. So pick it up from that point. So then how do we, amplify our communications plan or our advocacy communications plan? So to make them more impactful. So we're able to reach our different stakeholders that we had area mapped, so that we can reach our desired outcome. So just a bit of a background. So we see that advocacy becomes more relevant as society becomes better informed and people's voices can be heard. So we can advocate for different policies or policy changes or laws that affect society, but this may not be impactful effective if we cannot communicate these ideas, recommendations or proposals effectively. So if we are speaking to ourselves, for example, in this room, we're using our technical language. If we go on the streets and say things, to everyday person, we go to them and say, you should know your digital rights. You should know what internet governance is. So if we don't break, those concepts down to very simple language, we may be, missing our stakeholders, our messaging. So we know that advocacy really is about influencing and persuading change. So those would be our keywords: influence or persuade change, be it for individuals, or with individuals, all stakeholders, all institutions. And of course, advocacy communication is a planned out communication that seeks to achieve the communication goals that we had earlier laid out in our advocacy plans. And we know that these communication goals are always tied to our advocacy objectives. So in a nutshell, it's really to inform, so that we're able to persuade and to move people to action. So the overall goal really is to move people to action or to influence the policy change. So advocacy communication enables us to not just communicate our goals, but translate our advocacy goals into a concise and compelling case for action to, for example, policymakers. So if that's one of your targeted stakeholders, we're able to translate our advocacy goals into a concise and compelling case. Sometimes our policymakers are well versed in some of the technical languages, but also it may be very different if one of the stakeholders that you have listed is, let's say, an internet user, generally internet user, a person out there in Lusaka or whichever smaller town that has access to the internet. So rather than just informing them of an issue that you're advocating for, so rather than just telling people, for example, you need to know your digital rights, you need to practice digital security and IT. How are we breaking that down? So again, it's really to get people to pay more attention through prepared activities and materials. So again, the overall goal is to learn, so that people are able to learn and understand our key messages that are communicated through multiple channels. And again, to emphasize that people are supposed to spring to action on our messaging. So in short, advocacy communication focuses on influencing specific audiences by means of specific messages and tools to deliver change of policy. So there are many tools and tactics, and this is not an exhaustive list, that we use in our advocacy and of course advocacy communication. So we see the first one there, we have research outputs, could be from a policy brief, the research report in terms of being able to generate evidence and share what this evidence is on a specific issue. Change stories. What has happened, what has changed since we began working on that specific advocacy issue. We can present facts as they are through fact sheets or produce toolkits and resource guides in terms of how can others get involved in the work. But speaking of awareness raising, how do you get, let's say, the next organization that is also interested in doing awareness raising? Where do they begin? So production of toolkits and resource guides. And of course, other materials, infographics, which are very concise, a lot of information on one page, beautiful graphic. Posters, leaflets, the list is ongoing. We build coalitions and issue joint statements. We've seen that a lot, especially around internet shutdowns. We could have a local champion over an ambassador to speak to these specific issues. We have press statements, press conferences, public announcements. There are also web events. We do it online, have competitions, targeted phone calls, messages, TV, radio shows, advertisements, blog posts, movies, documentaries. Like I said, the list and the tools are endless. However, the key word is to be creative. We have seen these have been used from time immemorial, but how are we differentiating ourselves so that today we put out a press, we see a lot of press statements, I must say, about every issue, to a point where, unless you're really interested in that issue, you will read, but most people just overlook them. We see a lot of research reports. I don't know how many of us read them from the first page to the last page. So now that brings me into just sharing a few things that we have done as part of an initiative. So those that know, we produced a digital rights and inclusion in Africa report for over 5 years now. It's really an annual snapshot of the state of digital rights and inclusion in specific countries in Africa. And it's targeted at everyone, so even the recommendations, when you get to the recommendation sections, we have recommendations for policymakers, we have recommendations for CSOs such as ourselves, the technical community, an ordinary internet user, based on the issues that are coming out of that, what are the recommendations? So that's the cover page for, so we call it Londa, which means too bad in, I think, Zulu. Sorry, okay with me for that. So it just used to be known as the Digital Rights and Inclusion in Africa report, and we thought to make it more African, more relatable, which is what we've been doing with most of our tools. So that's the cover page for the 2020 report, that's for the 2021 report, where we feature different countries. So the 2020 report had 20 countries featured, and the 2021 had 22 countries featured. So I just want to know how many are aware of this report? Have you ever read it from the first page to the last page? I've read countries. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. So your 22 country reports, it's a lot. Yes, we have our continent, but sometimes you may not have that time to go through the 22 country reports. However, when you go through all of them, you're able to pick up on what are the recurring themes, what are the developments. You get to see a lot of trends, identifying trends, patterns, and understanding. But also realize that we're producing this beautiful report with a lot of information, good recommendations, but who was reading it? So then we decided that perhaps we need to adapt it into short films. These are very, very short films, about 20 minutes long. So just by watching that film, you're able to browse through every country context, within 20 minutes. This we found, and our stakeholders have found, to be more than nice. It's informative, it's entertaining, and it really helps you, especially to see all the developments. You get to see them in relatable formats. So it's not just you knowing, why should I safeguard my privacy, or why should I up my digital security game, but you get to see how someone in real life could be affected by certain, let's say, bad privacy legislations or lack of certain digital security practices. So each report has a different theme. So that was the 2019. So that was the 2019 short film, and that was the 2020 short. Yeah, that's the 2020 short film. So each of them dubbed by a different name, and we're currently working on another short film for the 2021 report. And all this information is available on our YouTube channel for those that would like to have a look at the short films. But some of you, of course, were privileged to be part of the movie screening that we did sometime earlier this year in partnership with Common Cause. So that's just one of the ways in which we can creatively, for example, take a thick report, 300-page long, distill it into a 20-minute short film that is more impactful and reaches a different constitution. The other thing that we have done is, so we've been doing a series in terms of awareness raising on privacy and data protection. So rather than just speaking about it in our meetings and with technical people, bringing it down to everyday people, we are constantly speaking about privacy and data protection. But how do we reach the ordinary person? It's not enough sometimes to just advocate for that policy if we are leaving behind everyday people. So this is a radio drama series that we also adapted. It's called Crime and Prejudice, where it has many series and we're airing it on radio. It's, I would equate it to, well, it's a radio drama. I didn't remember the place it was back then, but this is more for radio. So imagine if you play this on a radio station, people are in a bus moving from Kulimata, they're going to Charleston, and they're listening about how can you safeguard your privacy, how can you safeguard your data, and these are relevant issues, especially considering now that we are moving towards a digital identity system. So how are people going to understand these issues? How do they also safeguard those rights? How do they get to learn about it? Another thing that we did is, so we've been facilitating digital security trainings. It's really how does one securely use online platforms and digital platforms. We used to do it a lot in workshop settings, but also realized that we could just create a toolkit and put it out there and make it interactive. So everyone is free to go and update the toolkit. It's known as ICT Digital Rights Toolkit. So it's from very, very basic. So how do you set up a strong password to getting more advanced, let's say, how do you use a VPN, how do you encrypt data, and so on and so forth. So it's very interactive in that if today you read it and find certain information has been outdated, you're able to effect that edit or reach out to us and say, can we upgrade this section of this information? So again, it's more of a community project. Everyone owns it, it's available online. So now we don't have to always sit in like a workshop setting. Anyone can pick it up and browse through whatever is relevant to them. But also what we did is that we adapted a game. However, this is based in light of all the online gender-based violence, especially against women and girls. We adapted a game. Anyone can play it, but this is that it's been adapted for women and girls, so we don't have female characters. It's again a game that helps people understand how they can maneuver all the digital security challenges online, and we use very relatable characters, very relatable examples. I think one of these ladies in there was trying to buy hair online. So it's everyday examples, things that we can relate, and situations and scenarios that we can relate. So instead of us teaching, facilitating in a room like this, People love the interactive game. You just play around with it, get 1 or 2 things. It's fun, it's nice. The other thing that I like go a bit faint. I don't know if we can zoom in, especially on that press statement. So some of you may be aware that at some point, Twitter, the government of Nigeria had banned Twitter in the country. This ban lasted about 22 days, 222 days. That's almost a year before it was replaced. So quite an initiative, and some partners, local partners, and other CSOs challenged this decision in the courts, the ECOWAS courts. So that's the regional court. So while the case was ongoing, of course, using the strategic litigation route, a lot of publicity went into it. And I want to highlight this specific statement because, you know, Twitter was banned. It's like, you know, you can't tweet anymore, you shouldn't tweet. And then they responded, or we responded rather with a very catchy press statement. So usually the press statement will just say, oh, we call the authorities to restore Twitter, or speak into the specifics. But this really caught everyone's attention because we thought, oh, that hashtag, we will keep tweeting. So I just want to highlight that press statement. And a bit of a bonus is this essay and debate competition that we've been running since early in the year, and it comes to a close in October. Again, with the youth, especially in universities, colleges, getting them to debate on a specific topic on digital rights and inclusion. So for them, it's a debate, they have to give their eloquent, to be part of the process. But in debating, they are also helping to raise awareness within their schools, their universities, and amongst their peers. So those are some of the examples that I want to highlight. Just keep going. So I want to highlight those examples, and to access them, you can follow those links. I'm sure we'll share the presentations at the end of today's program. And now I'm interested just to learn from everyone in the room that we've all been involved in advocacy communications at one point or another. It's really to learn what are some of the tactics or tools that we have used before, that all of us and adapt in our work. So any other creative means or tools that we have used, and especially SPM. I'm very keen to hear from you. I know you've been quite a leader in this area.
Afternoon. So I think from the SEO is quite a number of advocacies when it comes to how we've done our advocacy. One of the things which we've done, I think we've leaned a lot into the visual and artistic expression a lot. One of the ways which we've done it is by creating infographics. I think in the beginning, 2017, while everyone was still doing self-censorship, I think for us, infographics were a way of just presenting the facts as they were and letting the visual aspect of that interact with people. I think that a lot of people found it more engaging than presenting big statements to them, which they would have to go in and dig deep. But we also used infographics as a teaser of some sort. And most of the time, when something which is always at the back of our mind when we're creating SHS is what kind of emotion are we trying to invoke? So sometimes we want to invoke interest, sometimes we want to invoke anger, sometimes we want to invoke interest. So depending on what we want to invoke and where we want to lead them, if they should go and download the entire application, we'll create different infographics which will achieve that. We've also done points. So we've worked with a lot of creative when it comes to points. We've done animation explainers. We've done quite a few in-house. What we've invested in as well is to invest in capacitation of in-house, where if we can do the simple things ourselves without needing money, we'll do it. And when it comes to the other more technical things, that's when we'll go outsource. Like, so for example, all the infographics are made in-house because the ACA staff has been capacitated that way. Simple animations and all that is made in-house. When we need more technical animations, will go out-house. Another thing which has helped as well is what is called citizen journalism. The ACA has been doing that from as way back as 2016. I think we only got better in the process in 2017, 2018. So this is basically allowing the citizens and the beneficiaries themselves to tell the stories which matter to them, and us as the ACA providing that platform for those voices to be heard. So the citizen journalists would provide airtime for where their stories will be heard, and we'll also publish them on our social media platforms for bigger visibility. I think maybe for now I can, that's, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Any other contributions?
Maybe it's a question and an advice on the 20-minute video and the 300-page report. Yeah, it's true. We need to use other means, otherwise reading is a problem. In us who write in newspapers, we know that some of the things we write, people don't even read. Because they'll ask you something I'm already thinking about. But again, when I look at 20 minutes video in broadcasting, this is again too long. I don't know how you can reduce, maybe 5 minutes, just key highlights. Otherwise, people these days are very busy. They don't have 20 minutes to sit and watch up to the end. And you can pick up certain key highlights, and then within 3 minutes, 4 minutes, you are done. And that's 20 minutes. I don't think you are doing a good job.
Thank you very much for that feedback. Yes, we've definitely been working on shorter videos to be released soon. But the essence, I think, for that was for it to be a short film, not like a short video, but we're definitely looking into, again, further adapting those issues into shorter videos that we could even place on social media. Someone is browsing on Facebook, and within seconds they're able to watch it. Thank you very much.
Hello again. A very interesting comment on the duration of videos. We often have to play from that. But often we try to reduce it down to 2 minutes, but often I'm sure you know more than I. I just wanted to jump on the citizen journalism part and wanted to add another section to it, which is mentoring. So and this goes back to the first reflection with which you started in your presentation, from awareness to advocacy, going back and forth, because there's often this first step about creating awareness and then setting it up on advocacy and then reaching out further and further. And what often is interesting is when vulnerable groups such as youth reach out and say, okay, I'm a citizen, I'm gonna pinpoint that out and put my name under it. And put it up in the open, might it be a 2 minutes or a 20 minutes, but that's something that is then happening, and often it's fantastic if the CSO is in the backlog, but it often is a great support because it's not only this journey about being an empowered citizen, but it's also this quest about what I'm going to do with my life, being aware of what's not going right in my country, and that's why I want kind of mentoring, which we did also together with ACA, and we connected it with TEDx, to the TED Talks, And then we also use what you said, the creative space, which I'm often like, use the public space. It's like, it's yours, use it. And so we use the screening of some of the inputs of the videos, and then had debates followed up in the public open space through Sunshine Cinema, which is possible here in open air. I was a big fan of that because I often think where or what I hear from debate of like, where is the public space for the youth, and where can they go in and exchange, and what spaces are provided apart from NGOs who are highly engaged in it, or apart from sessions like in media, online radio, so where people often get. So I just wanted to add these 2 points. Thanks. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to give a few more examples and maybe highlight one example that has happened in this room today. So when we came in with this, during the breaks, there's a music track that plays. And if we're listening, it's the guy singing to protect your data, protect yourself online. So that's another way of being creative with advocacy communications. I think music, creative arts is one means or one vehicle that CSOs really haven't, capitalized on. Yolanda and I have these conversations once in a while because we see that in other fields where they use, creative arts, photos, poems, documentaries, different things to raise awareness and advocate for issues. I know that as a child growing up, there were many things in the public domain, in the public space around democracy that I learned listening to music. The youth today listen to, there's rap, like what we call them conscious rappers, so they're able to talk about whatever is, of importance or concern to them, and it has such a wide reach. Everybody listens to music. I don't know how many of us here know Fela. Fela has been dead since 1997, 1998, but still today his music is still relevant because he talked about social issues, he talked about what was on people, so that's another means. Social media, like you said, short videos. When we talk about advocacy, I think we sometimes think of policy. Who are you advocating for? The people you're advocating for understand the issues, know about what these things are. Like you said, when you go around speaking the jargon and the text, what's digital rights, what is data protection, so the people at the grassroots, the young people in the university know about this. But if we're able to harness platforms, social media, the youth are always on their phones, they're on TikTok, they're on Twitter, they're on Instagram, they're watching 30-second videos. Those are also means that we can use comedy, skits, and things like that to get the message across. So I think there's a plethora of avenues that we can use to be creative in the way that we communicate our message, but also, like you pointed out in the feedback on the film, is also to know who your target is. Who are you communicating to? If you want to get young people to, you want the buying of young people, you need to go to them, meet them where they are. If you're talking about policymakers, there's a different form. So in essence, we just need to, when we're communicating, know who we're communicating, know what we're communicating, and then we're able to use the right people. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I'm just trying to pick up from what she just said. There's a radio station called Roadside FM. I don't know if any of us have listened to it. Roadside FM exists everywhere. No one owns it. It has no structure. Everyone produces content and everybody evaluates. And so that's where language is created, language is modified, and language is changed on a regular basis.
Then also, I think I'd like to add, as bloggers of Zambia also, we discovered that one of the other ways is to ensure that we provide a platform to some of the critical voices, or the voices that are speaking to whatever sort of advocacy you might have. So the space that or platform that you might offer them could be online or in a creative form. So you already know that this activist is very strong when they come out on certain issues. So maybe that activist is not a creative, for example. So all you have to do is engage that activist, see how you can probably package that message and also encompass it with your advocacy, and then share that message. So from there, we also discovered that we could give platforms to them on like Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter Spaces now. This is something that was actually very, that worked for us at the moment, or at that moment.
Thank you very much, Onyo, for wrapping that up. Looks like we'll have a late lunch. We'll go for lunch at about 1:30. So I'll now be calling upon Mr. Gideon Soda from Years Initiative to quickly take us through the problematic provisions in the Cybersecurity Act and also how we map areas of focus for advocacy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, thank you. So let me start by apologizing for delaying you for the most precious lunch. You know, Banda is angry, but I will try to see how I can run through this presentation so that we finish as soon as possible. So my full name is Gideon Mapimsonda. Years Initiatives, I'm the programs coordinator. Now, I'm doing this presentation on behalf of Mr. McDonald ANC. our executive director, was supposed to be here or connected online, unfortunately, is not available. So I will do the presentation. So as I've mentioned, I'll try to speak to the main issues because the presentation is extremely comprehensive. I have about 87 slides, but we will not go through all of them. I'll touch on the issues. So as a matter of introduction, ladies and gentlemen, this law, Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act, that was enacted in 2021, last year, as was enacted due to what was perceived to be cyber insecurity, bullying, and crimes that were happening and still happening in our country, not only in our country, but also at the global stage. You will realize that most of the countries have moved in quickly to enact this law for purposes of finding a way of curbing the bullying and the crimes that happened. Unfortunately, this law has been abused by most of the successful governments. Has been abused to infringe on the citizens' democratic freedoms and rights, especially that of expression, privacy, and also not to harm one's property searched arbitrarily, and that of the press. So, in terms of the main objective of our law, it was meant to provide for registration of cyber security service providers, protection of persons against cybercrime and child online protection, facilitate identification, declaration, and protection of information infrastructure, collection of and preservation of evidence of computer and network-related crimes, registration of cybersecurity services providers, revised admission in criminal matters of electronic evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a matter of cutting on my own presentation, there are understanding key terms, very important, but we will share this presentation, and at your own time, you can reflect on those. I will not go through that. I will go straight to the positives in the bill, or in the act, sorry. So one of the positives is that it was enacted for purposes of coordinating and overseeing activities relating to cybersecurity and combating of cybercrime and cybersecurity. dissemination of information on emerging cyber threats and vulnerability, proposed development and promotion, or inclusive secure cyber ecosystem, proposed creation of a safer cyberspace in critical information infrastructure, coordinate with law enforcement agencies to ensure safe cyberspace and investigations of cyber incidences, promote education and awareness of the need for and importance of cybersecurity, prohibits and criminalizes any person unauthorized to access, disclose, or attempt to disclose, access, or use of another person, the content of any intercepted communication, as any electronic communication service provider not to utilize the service of observing or random monitoring of communication. Service providers to protect users from fraudulent abuse or other unlawful use of service. Criminalizes any person who uses an interception device or system, electronic software, mechanical or instrument, equipment or apparatus with the penalty of 3 million units or 5 years imprisonment above. What are the other issues? So in line with what is enshrined in this Act under Section 11, cyber inspectors empowered to monitor, enter, access, search, inspect, and seize any premises or access any information system with a warrant at any reasonable time and without prior notice. That is one of the major issues to look out for. Search the premises of information system if there are reasonable grounds to believe that the person has possession of an article, document, or record bearing on an investigation. The other point is access and inspect. Accessing and inspect the operation of any computer or equipment forming part of the information system and associated apparatus or materials reasonably suspected to have used in connection with cybercrime offense. Demand the production of and inspect relevant licenses and registration certificates. Take extracts or make copies of any book, document, record that is on or in the premises or in the information and that has entirely on an investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me move on to what is provided for under Section 29. That is power to intercept. So, Section 29 empowers law enforcement agencies, after a written consent from the Attorney General, to apply expert to a target to intercept communication on suspicion of an offense or crime being committed. Initial interception is valid for 3 months, subject for renewal for unspecified further period. The service provider, officer of law, employee, or agent of the service provider is not liable for providing information, facilities, or assistance as per a court order. It also empowers law enforcement officers to intercept any communication and oral request a service provider to route, duplicate signals of indirect communication to the Central Monitoring and Coordination Center. So, in terms of the powers, to intercept, it continues the interception based on suspicion, make emergency interceptions, but also interceptions based on communication to disclose the intercepted communication to another law enforcement commission. So the exchange of information by the law enforcement authorities. So what is allowed under section 36 in terms of the interception is interception of satellite transmission that is not encrypted or scrambled and is transmitted to the public as an audio subcarrier intended for redistribution to facilities open to the public. However, this does not apply to any data transmission or a telephone call. Service providers and law enforcement agencies are allowed to use an interception device. I hope we are following how there's some contradictions in terms of what is provided for and not. Yeah, so allow me to proceed to the offenses. Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation will be shared, so some of the other issues have jumped. You can read at your own time. So I want to move to offenses. But again, there are about 90 offenses provided for in this law. There are too many, but I can just mention one or two. Refusal to give information, to give any information or produce any record, document, or copy thereof required of the person by cyber inspector. Mr. Joke, as media people, this should be a very unfriendly provision.
All those that are
Okay, so the other one is refuse to cooperate with or hinder the cyber inspector from conducting a lawful search or seizure. Use of computer system for transfer, possess or uses another person's identity to commit crime. Publication of information or data that compromise the safety and security of any other person in picture, image, text, symbol, voice, or any form in the computer system, whether such information or data is false, deceptive, misleading, or inaccurate. So offenses continues. Bundle of it. Bundle of these offenses. Yeah, so allow me now to discuss what the law, the cyber law says versus the Republican Constitution. Are you able to scroll my friend? Yeah. So I think on slide number 31. So a number of sections in the Act stands contradictory to and inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia, the Bill of Rights, and justifiable in a democratic society. E.g., Article 17 guarantees every citizen's right to privacy and not to be subjected to a search or entry to his or her home and other property without his or her consent. Article 20 obligates every citizen to enjoy his or her freedoms of expression, freedom to hold opinion, freedom to receive ideas and information, freedom to impart and communicate ideas and information, freedom to correspondence without interference, freedom, yes, without interference, but also it provides for the freedom of the press. So what are the implications of our law, the cyber law, on our freedoms? Article number 2 violates the provision of the Bill of Rights. In fact, Act number 2, not article, but the Act, the cyber law, violates the provisions of the Bill of Rights in our Constitution and justifiable in democratic society. This is through its derogation of media and citizens' freedoms, such as freedoms of the press, expression, and undermines free flow of information in a democratic society. It stifles the pursuit of investigative journalism and open society, makes it difficult for journalists to protect whistleblowers, as refusal to disclose information to a cyber inspector is criminalized. It undermines the fight against corruption and other business within the state, using the media as sources. Many media practitioners are at risk of being arrested and jailed as their collection and processing of news using phones, computers, will be under constant monitoring, interception, and investigation. Searches, seizures, and access to their gadgets is the order of the day by the law enforcement agencies in search of imaginary crimes and offenses. So, since the enactment of this law, which contradicts our main supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution, there have been efforts in challenging this law. Remember the 6 organizations, NGOs that took the case to court for purposes of determining its unconstitutionality, but the court has not pronounced. No, chapter 1, chapter 2, my 2 lawyers will give an update. I think there are some pronouncements from the court. Yeah, so through plenary, we can still discuss or get some feedback on this. However, that was a challenge. Yeah, and one of the others was part of this group of organizations that did challenge that in the court. So the cycle laws remain unchanged and untouched despite the change of government, with one which promised immediate review of the law. But again, obviously, with recent pronouncements, from the new Dawn government, that they have approved in principle to review, this law. But again, we don't want it to go the route of the ATI, where there have been these delaying tactics for the process of moving forward. Yeah, so there is reluctance to move with speed on reviewing these laws for government, as the need for all of us to advocate for an expeditious process so that the law can be built and repressed. We remove these tech provisions. Achievements compelled the new government to opt for an outside court and assurances and make assurance that the act is to be reviewed. The issue is also spoken. Kept the advocacy on the review of the act as a topical national issue. Yeah, away from that, obviously, the recent positive pronouncement in terms of approval for review. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make conclusions and also a point or two in terms of the recommendations. So in terms of the conclusion, it is clear that the Act has more negative effects on citizens' democratic rights than its purported fight against cyberbullying and abuse that is inconsistent and violates the Republican Constitution in many aspects, as discussed above. So to this end, everyone is summoned. Everyone is called upon to exercise his or her constitutional duty and right provided for in Article 2 of the Constitution of Zambia. Let me quote what it said, because it's very important to defend this Constitution and resist or prevent a person from overthrowing, suspending, or illegally abrogating this Constitution. As far as we as Initiative Zambia, we rely so much on this provision in trying to defend the Constitution when we see any threats to abrogate it. Citizens are called upon to demand for the invocation of Article 1 and 2 that guides than any other written law, customary law, practice, that is inconsistent with its provision is void to the extent of its inconsistency. What are our final recommendations? Ladies and gentlemen, there is need to conduct audit on all the sections. We conduct an audit on all the sections that which violates and abrogates the Constitution of Zambia, especially the Bill of Rights and international instruments on freedom of information, expression, rights to privacy, and not to have one's home and property searched. There is need to advocate or join hands for purposes of litigating by petitioning the Constitutional Court to pronounce itself fully comprehensive on the identified exceptions with the intention to have them removed from the statute books of Zambia. Consistent and sustained advocacy around the law for purposes of repealing and replacing the bad laws such as the Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act number 2 of 2021 is very important. Something that we should continue doing, using the advocacy, efforts that we have shared in this meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've done a good job in telling what would have been a long presentation. Thank you, and let me say comments will be more welcome. Yeah, but in terms of questions and clarification, I think it's something that we can discuss, as an audience. Run. That's my sister.
Thank you for that lovely presentation. Just a comment on some of the issues that you mentioned in terms of the landscape of our laws and how they're not quite human rights compliant. I was actually having a very vigorous discussion with my brother next to me here earlier, where we were talking about how, legislative process, was the government will receive all of these submissions from the various stakeholders, but at the end of the day, the legislation, that is passed ultimately doesn't take into account the various stakeholders' inputs in terms of the legislation. And I think this was quite rampant in 2021. The government was, really intent on quickly passing these laws as quickly as possible without really considering the stakeholders' inputs. I think that has been a major problem, especially given our legal landscape, where there is no protection to ensure that the very legitimate views that are put forward by the various stakeholders are actually implemented into law, and that the government cannot pass laws which do not take into account and actually include those various views. And I think that's really at a fundamental level where our legislation is lacking. Because, for instance, if you look at the Business Regulatory Act, the government cannot implement a policy which will affect a business without actually actively engaging that business to ensure that in terms of the effects of that policy change, that it won't be detrimental to the businesses. So I think that in terms of our focus regarding how we can refine our laws regarding the legislative process to ensure that even on the human rights angle, the government also takes our views, quite as important as any other, like the views that they take from the businesses. They want to undertake a policy change. I think that's something we should be advocating for. It's just to, strengthen the laws in that regard, because we simply do not have that. Even, constitutional review process, I think we've seen time and time again. They go to the grassroots levels to obtain the views of the people, and yet the final document is really lacking. I think that on the positive side, I don't know if I should call it the positive side, but the more practical side currently, in terms of where the government does not take into account the stakeholder views relating to human rights infringement. I think our courts of law, the High Court, which has a jurisdiction in terms of the Bill of Rights, any infringement of the Bill of Rights, would be our best, the best place where we can take any challenges, because at least once the High Court renders a ruling to say that this provision is unconstitutional, then immediately, even if they haven't amended the act or whatever, then that provision becomes now void and ineffective. So I think that that's really, a strong point in favor of us advocating for human rights at the moment. I think that's the only bright light, even regarding some of the less compliant laws.
Okay.
For me, just wanted to agree with the presenter that this law actually is saying stop practicing journalism. Because most of those things, really, they are working against us. For instance, if she tells me to say this is what is happening, I'm just telling you don't disclose. I'm supposed to respect that journalistically. That's what we are trained. And that law demands that I should disclose that is how we got. That's killing journalism. In the US, they have the first commandment, and I visited actually the site of the first commandment. I took a picture. It says that there will be no law which will be put to work against the freedom of the press. Very clear. In Zambia, we have a similar law, except it's not respected. Article 20. Yes. Article 20 talks about freedom of expression, and we journalists, we are not excused from this freedom of expression. We are part, but I don't know if you compare the two. In the US, that is very much respect. There's no other law that will be put to work against the media in the US because they have set things right. But here we have set things right in the Constitution, but we have these other laws that seem to work against the Constitution. And unfortunately, in Zambia, it's not only the cyber security law. There are even these other laws. You can read the penal code. There are a lot of democratic provisions there that can make you as a journalist to found wanting. So the question I ask our colleagues, the lawyers, are you really there to advise these people who come up with the laws to say this thing is against the Constitution? Or maybe you are saying, let them go ahead, these are politicians. I think a lot of lawyers can save us from this mess where people are going to make laws that are against the Constitution. So lawyers, maybe can help me.
You are sitting next to the lawyer, and there is another one there
I'm not a lawyer, but I believe laws are drafted by lawyers. So my question actually, my brother.
Comment.
I don't want to comment, I just want to ask.
Okay.
The comments have been made, and I just have a question for you. Your presentation was really good. It was very enlightening. Thank you. But I noticed that you talked a lot about the efforts that have been made, and in this room, I think everybody would agree that There's been a lot of collective effort, there's been a lot of isolated efforts in terms of trying to work around the issues that surround our cyber laws. Now, given the inertia and slow response that we are seeing in adjusting these laws, even though we've had a change of government, what do you think are the immediate steps that we can take as stakeholders to try and get this moving? The fear for me is that we've seen this happen with many other laws and also many different governments that have come into office, where you have a bad law, it's used as a campaign promise to say we're going to change these laws, they don't benefit everybody, but as soon as a government comes in, a new government comes into office, they start dilly-dallying. We are seeing that the ATI, they dilly-dally, and then the next thing is 5 years later, 10 years later, we still have those laws. So what are the immediate steps we can take? I know that you make recommendations around reviewing the laws and trying to get our work together. But like from now, what is the next step for us that would make some meaningful impact? So that's other than us having these kind of meetings. I was talking to my colleague over tea that actually, as an organization, we are planning a meeting that is almost exactly the same meeting. And had I known that paradigm, if I paid attention earlier to look at the content, I would have actually asked that we collaborate on this particular meeting. So we are all having all these isolated efforts, meeting and having the same kind of meeting, but we're not seemingly we're not making the kind of steps and progress that we would like. Thank you, Susan. Maybe just to add, for your answer, that thanks for that question. It also forms part of this afternoon session, where we all get to collectively explore in terms of what more can we do based on the current state of affairs. So you may answer to it briefly, but we still have this afternoon to answer. Maybe would like to speak.
Yes, maybe.
Any other hands?
But throughout the moment, I raised one issue on the pronouncement of the court, on that side. No, every comment, on the only question that I posed.
My sister, thank you very much. You know, we should be wary of this trend. Remember, let me just add a bit. Remember, even on the issue of public order act, the last regime went even to a stage of coming up with a bill, but it was abandoned. And usually, it's because of the gaps that we have as advocates, not as lawyers, but you know, all other organizations that advocates for the review, you know, of these laws. We tend to go to sleep sometimes. We tend to be comfortable with the pace at which, you know, government moves in terms of reviewing these laws. At the moment, there is a clear roadmap on public order. By 29 September, it's expected that the bill will be, you know, formulated and also presented, you know, to Parliament. So, if we become so relaxed and comfortable that government will do the right thing as promised, without that necessary pressure, I'm telling you, and I can assure you, we can see this extension. And once an extension is done, they also bring in an excuse of, no, this is not a legislative session, this is what and what. So, for me, it's an issue of sustaining the advocacy. We continue pushing, you know, for that process. If government comes up with a long roadmap, it's
it's important. Yes, indeed. It's important that we advocate for, a straightforward roadmap, short, roadmap, especially on issues we've discussed so many times, on. So it's a question of sustaining the necessary pressure on government to do the right thing. You should not relax. I've been reminded of time or contribution, and then chapter 1.
So it's a quick one. I don't know if there's anyone here who feels that our society is degenerating into being a very legalistic society in which we believe every problem can be solved by enacting a law. And the problem is that when the law is enacted, the end result is always punishment. And I think that runs contrary to the thriving of democracy. People can sometimes be allowed to be a bit naughty. They can be allowed to do a few things that come with democracy. And so what this law basically brings out is every violation is actually punishable. There's no room for mediation. There's no room for, what do you call it, just disciplining, sitting down with some of these guys that might actually commit those small little offenses that come with the naughtiness of democracy. And again, like you said, this also makes the so-called enforcement officers lazy, because at the slightest suspicion of violation, they go into monitoring mode and stuff like that. So the kind of society we are building is a very, very dangerous one, I think, for the future. So maybe in our advocates, we need to be talking about some of these things, that you cannot solve every problem by enacting a law. There are always more dynamic ways of dealing with some of these situations.
Thanks very much.
Maybe as she answers some questions, she can also answer mine. But you ask your
So the question about the case, we petitioned the court last year. We were supposed to proceed to trial in June. The state then said that they are willing to amend the legislation just because there was a change in government. So they said let's consent to adjourn trial until September. The June session, we will sit as parliament and we will consider an amendment bill. When June came, we heard the Minister of Justice at the very beginning of the bill say, we don't have the opportunity to consider this bill, a bill to amend the Advocacy back in June. We will consider that bill in September. So we've known that they weren't actually going to consider it until September. Our trial date is set for 19th September. We are currently following up with Zambia Development Commission, which we understand has mandated to draft the amendment bill. We sent them our submission on the provisions of mathematics. They have a copy of the petition, it's a public document. We've been trying to do concerted efforts of advocacy with the partners that we started actually here, so between now and September 19th, we just need to know where we stand. If they have a solid document, it means adjourning to September again until an actual amendment that civil society is happy with is passed. If not, we would then have to proceed to trial in September. So as of now, there is no judgment, there is no ruling. Trial is supposed to be taken. Your question about legislation, the Ministry of Justice has the legislative drafting permanent secretary, who's the lawyer, who has done Gale, who has done an official, of course, legislative drafting at Gale. They may, we don't know this, they may draft laws and in goodwill. The people who actually pass the laws, however, are Parliament. And so even if we make our submission to Parliament about the laws that the bills that they present, Parliament is who has the last say what actually passes. So we can do our best to make submissions to that what Parliament passes.
Thank you very much. I believe that was a very comprehensive response. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you for your contributions. Unfortunately, we have to cut them short.
May I add that we are engaging parliamentarians. Remember, we are meeting in this same room. We are capacitating them, getting them up to speed with the regional and other standards that they want. I think that is the process is going on. So the network really needs to strengthen itself and just try to
Thank you very much for that addition. So lunch is served at the usual Chuma Grill, but before that, we'll make a quick stop at the lawn for the group photo and then we proceed for lunch. We meet back here at exactly 2:35 so that we start early and finish on time. Thank you very much for the first half of the morning. It was definitely insightful and we all deserve a round of applause. Quick group photo alone and then we proceed to the restaurant. Can we do that? Yeah. Okay, so we will just. So we can all quickly eat.
This is taking photo of the room to send to my boss. Okay. Thank you.
you. Yeah. My sister, why did no one give us street movie? And this street here, nothing there. You for every fire, right? You get the process. So, if you send it something, when I come and tell you, yes. The thoughts of the pen I would feel working on it.
That's a nice trick. That's a nice trick.
Yeah, It is possible, but okay, just allow us to take the meeting. The money, I still try. They don't. Is it I know this week? No, I'm not like because you lose 10 pages. Yes, I will. Did you not get a thing? You prefer that they look difficult? Yes. I'm happy to talk about the air. And you hear the whole time? Okay, so why are you taking this? Yeah, that's why I'm fine. I'm not better alone with the best thing. Just give me the last dollar. When I walk up the place, I do this and now, when she say I refuse to take me, no problem. Before you go.
What else can you add? What am I? Boss. Give up. Give up. Yeah, that's the go. What time was that? When you came in the back, that already gone. Yeah. So I don't know what the problem is. The next day. Yesterday, just come and check it. Yeah. Yes, if you are heavy.
But this session really bring everything together, trying to into concrete next steps. So it's really was what our next action items. And to help us go through that, our coordinator will take us through that session, and then we can give you a brief way just to brainstorm, and then I'll do that again on it. So thank you very much.
It's coming up.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I see lots of faces. I was going to thank you for being here again, because when we came in March, there's a lot of the same faces that I'm seeing today and meeting again today. So that tells, it speaks to the progress of digital policy in Zambia. The same people who be dedicated and committed to the work. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and to thank you also for engaging and insightful sessions we had before lunch. So welcome to the last part. As Bonanga said, we are short for time, so I'm going to try to sort of make this a bit compact. It's a great thing that it's a great thing that we're all knowledgeable in the room, so I don't really have to go delve deep into certain things. So when I saw the agenda, it said talk show style. It's over again. So it's going to be more of a conversation, participatory conversation, multi-stakeholder conversation, and then we'll do a bit of group work, that's the groundwork for what we plan to do in the short term and to make progress towards your goal. Furthering digital policy and internet governance in Zambia. So we can start. We're building a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance. Today we're going to look just briefly at what internet governance is. What is the multi-stakeholder approach, and what does that look like today in Zambia, and what do we want it to look like? So it's blank intentionally. So the first participatory session, what is the internet? And the reason this is blank is because we know the definition keeps changing. The world is increasingly digital. There are a lot of innovations on the internet. So we're in Zambia, and I want to know from the Zambian point of view, what's the internet that I'm using? As CSO leaders, what do we find as internet in Zambia? Because that informs how we approach our work to policy and internet governance, so we understand what the internet means to us in Zambia. So I don't know if anyone can share, maybe one or two. So is it cyberspace? Everything in cyberspace? Is it one where everybody? Would you group telecoms on the internet?
I think the commercial organization is really ask others that they're interested. The internet will mostly be combined through the social media platforms which they interact with. So that's your WhatsApp, that's Facebook, sometimes Twitter, even though at this time Twitter is still seen as an engagement platform Zambia. From our point of view as the national community, and we look at the internet as sort of interactive remote platforms which citizens can access to access to personal information about things which are specifically related.
Any different opinion on what you define the internet as in the landscape? One? Okay. So, like I said, the internet keeps innovating. Some people group even ICT or say the internet is on the ICT, but we also see that the innovations and the digital trends, everything is moving online, everything is moving digital. So as CSO leaders in Zambia who are working on internet governance, we need to be very clear on what the definition of the internet is, what it covers, so that when we're dealing with regulatory and ranking policy, we know what needs to be included, what does not need to be included. So just puts a diagram. The presentation will be shared, so this is a linkable image, and from there you can go and read about the different internet stakeholders we have. Obviously, okay, let me ask in Zambia, who are the key players, who are the key internet governance stakeholders?
One of the key stakeholders is public quality. I would also add the state data that who are in charge of polygraph and the telecom companies who are now ICT.
You're correct. So we have the public users. Users can be anyone who consumes content on the internet or anyone who provides content.
I think the biggest yes, the ranking we talk about learning institutions and other companies or customers, they use internet. Also, the banking sector, in view of COVID, most people transact online. Then, I don't know if the mobile network operators that we mentioned, yeah, most people use internet on their phones.
Maybe to also break down the environment and the stakeholder in the power who make those determine how internet is used, and they also have a judiciary who enforce those laws and interpret those laws.
I really like that. I like how you put it down. I like, the response about telecom operators as well, because you said a lot of things during the pandemic moved online and moved digital. So the internet, not just users, but then CSOs, infrastructure providers, anyone who provides infrastructure for deployment of the internet, those are internet stakeholders. So we need to know who are the stakeholders and who are the players of the internet in Zambia. So what is the multi-stakeholder approach? It's been around for a long time. I think we use terms, technology in this modern age, and it seems like something is new, but as Africans, I don't know about Zambia, from Nigeria and people, and multi-stakeholder approach to things that have been in our culture from time immemorial, from family meetings, age groups, we had stakeholders. So I believe from that point of view, we understand what the multi-stakeholder approach is. Multi-stakeholder approach is participation and meaningful engagement of all stakeholders. So I highlighted all stakeholders to sort of put a spotlight on the disparity
between what's realistic, what we want, and what the reality is. I think from conversations we've been having in the room today, we talked about lack of participation, the process of developing processes, and developing policy and developing legislation. We shouldn't just talk the talk, we have to work as an engaged stakeholders meaningfully. It's not a walk in the park. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of commitment, it takes a lot of effort. And when you have a multi-stakeholder approach, you have wider inputs, broader inputs. When you talked earlier about division of labor, when it comes to policy analysis and policy development, you cannot have that if you have a multi-stakeholder approach. Why the multi-stakeholder approach? It encourages accountability. So in this room now, I think in March we talked a bit about coalition. If you have a coalition, like for example, I don't know how many of us are members of Net Rights Coalition. We heard about Net Rights. Yeah. So when there's a coalition and roles are assigned in the multi-stakeholder approach, you know who to hold responsible for whatever has been assigned to them. We talked today about, I think it was earlier when we spoke about not being able, one of the issues with the legislation and policy, not being able, they're vague and not being able to track, there's no goal. But that's where the multi-stakeholder approach solves the problem. Because with different voices and the different perspectives, you're able to understand really what the issue is, you're able to understand where you're going, what you need to do to get there, and who needs to do it. So it's in that manner, it's sustainable and it's effective. So I'll just run through a few definitions. Governance, the first time I heard governance, and I think I heard government. But governance refers to the structures and processes that are designed to ensure accountability, transparency, responsiveness, rule of law, stability, equity, very important, that's full participation, inclusiveness, empowerment, and broad-based participation. So as a vehicle, multi-stakeholder government for policy dialogue, where stakeholders take part on an equal footing via a process that is open, inclusive, and transparent. So that equity in voices means all voices are important. As long as I'm affected by an issue, I have a say in how that process or how that policy should be developed or how it should be implemented. No one voice is stronger than the other. Why multi-stakeholder governance? So we use multi-stakeholder approach where there's a need, where the impact of the decision is wide-ranging. So it's not just about occupying and initiative. With a coalition, you have everything about that coalition needs to be involved in the decision-making process. So that's where multi-stakeholder processes come in. Where there are overlapping rights and responsibilities across sectors and borders. We're having a bit of a, I don't know what word to use, maybe I'll borrow from one of our popular former politicians, Maya, in Nigeria, where there's so many agencies that sort of do the same thing. So you have the National Identity Management Commission, you have NIDA, you have the Ministry of Telecoms, they all want to do the same thing. And in reality, there is overlap in some of the responsibilities that we have and some of the oversight. But when you work in silos, that's when we have challenges, that's when we have gaps, that's when we see pitfalls. But when there is a multi-stakeholder approach and all voices are on the table, all stakeholders are involved, then we're able to work together towards a shared objective, align our rights and responsibilities and ensure that the policy process is fully participatory. We employ multi-stakeholder approach also when there's a need for different forms of expertise. So in the room, we have lawyers, we have CSO, people from the CSO industry. So when we talk about policy processes, not just from the legal angle. We have to have representation of the end user, for the end users. We have to have technical experts as well that tell you, you're talking about digital security, you don't expect a lawmaker or myself to know what it encompasses. So that's where most people that approach is deployed. Everyone that has something to offer, everyone that's been affected by that issue needs to come together and put their heads together and work towards the goal. So a multi-stakeholder approach also means legitimacy and acceptance of decisions. Where the government does something unilaterally, there's naturally pushback. Because the government has participation of the community, of whatever sector that the example we gave, I heard today about the banking sector, the Banking Regulatory Act, where they can't, or businesses, where they can't do certain things without consulting. That's a multi-stakeholder approach. But where there's unilateral decisions, you don't have buy-in. So to get buy-in, you have to bring all the stakeholders to the table because those are the voices for the different sectors and the different communities. What are the attributes of multi-stakeholder governance? I'll just go quickly through them. Transparency and inclusiveness, collective responsibility. We have different agendas, but we need to align our goals. I use the example of Nigeria, NICTA, NMC, and the different agencies that work on digital identity, data protection, and privacy. They might have different approaches to a challenge or a problem. But as multi-stakeholders, when we come to the table, we need to remember that we have a shared goal and find where there is alignment and then work together towards that goal. So we shouldn't be demoralized, when we're working with others or other organizations, and because everyone comes with their own perspective and their own understanding. But if the intention when we're going in is there is a goal, we all want an objective we all want to achieve, then we're able to work together and find alignment. In multi-stakeholder governance, we have effective decision-making and implementation, all hands on deck, and obviously there's collaboration. We're not working in silos. Today we heard in the room about isolated efforts, working in silos. When there's a multi-stakeholder approach and true collaboration, then we see effective decision-making and implementation. So what are the keys to success of a multi-stakeholder approach? Like I mentioned, clear and shared goals. So there's no point coming together, inviting stakeholders if we don't share a common objective or we don't have a vision of what we want to achieve. There has to be a culture of mutual respect. Self-organized stakeholder groups, for example, this is self-organized stakeholder groups. I'm sure, like was mentioned earlier, there's another meeting happened, so it just shows that these self-organized stakeholder groups are meeting and they're talking about the issues, but we need to find a way to convene and come together and build on those existing structures and relationships. That's the beauty of the multi-stakeholder approach. You need to learn. I didn't need to go to law school. I just need to invite the lawyers, to bring their expertise to the table. So I want to also highlight, the point about isolated efforts and working in silos. A question was asked for earlier to talk about that, and the answer to that question is trust. So advocacy cannot be effective when there is no trust between the stakeholders. So governments can be counting that they're doing this free education like was mentioned before, but if there is nothing to back it, if there is updates are not shared, there's no integrity, there's no transparency in the process, there's no trust, so you don't have buy-in. So as stakeholders, we need to work on building trust, because building trust and relationships, we talked earlier about, how can we make progress in the policy development process when it seems to be stalled? And I talked about building relationships, informal relationships outside of the official rooms like this. So having those conversations, building trust, doing what you say you will do when you do it, sharing updates, communicating, and being transparent in the process, carrying people along, that solidifies trust, and that makes the multi-stakeholder approach more like kind of success. I just wanted to highlight a bit on trust. Quickly, the definition of internet governance. So, internet governance is the development and application by governments, the private sector, and civil sector in their respective roles of shared principles, norms, rules, decision-making procedures, and programs that shape the evolution and use of the internet. So in summary, any rules, the rules, policies, standards, and practices that shape the internet, how we use the internet, and the processes that impact how the internet is managed, that's called internet governance. So that's what we're doing today. Internet governance process principles. These are some principles from the next Mondial conference from Sao Paulo, Brazil in 2014. The principles of internet governance: stakeholder processes, it has to be open and participative, transparent, accountable, inclusive, and equitable. Like I said earlier, it's not a walk in the park to say you are inclusive or equitable in your processes. You have to make the talk. Distributed and collaborative, and enable meaningful participation. What do I mean by enabling meaningful participation? We shared advocacy, communication tactics, and strategies and tools, and the examples like the radio FM that's totally decentralized. We talked about targeting certain audiences. If you want meaningful participation, you have to meet the stakeholders where they are, especially when it comes to the public and users and the community. So we are knowledgeable, we have experience, we have access. There are many people that do not have access. So in the policy process, we shouldn't run the risk of just thinking about the high level, top level of what policy, internet policy should look like, digital policy should look like. We need to drill down the last person, the last and the least stakeholder. How does that person access the internet? How do we get them to partake in the process? During DRIP this year, DRIP 22, we had a lot of participation from the PWD community, and it was really illuminating to see how, we feel we are seeking for them. I thought we want to have more accessible products, accessible platforms. They're not able to access, like during the pandemic, they're not able to access fintech, send money, receive money, do a lot of things because we're not thinking about how the blind person access this. But one thing that stuck with me was they don't want you to speak for them. You don't understand what they're going through. They have to speak for themselves. So as CSOs, we need to find how do we give them that, how do we platform their voices? They're not to speak for them, but to platform their voices and provide that platform for different stakeholders to have those conversations. I think we can do this. Let's go to the next slide. Internet stakeholders. I think we started this earlier where we gave examples of the internet stakeholders from the morning session. So, thinking about stakeholders, thinking about now, what about the future? Who do you see as the stakeholders? Who do you see as emerging stakeholders of the internet in Zambia? You mentioned the youth, the average Zambian sees the internet as just like social media platforms, but knowing what we know the internet is, talk about access to education and other issues, who are the stakeholders in Zambia? From Gambia, so I'm not from Gambia, sorry. Who are the Zambia, the government, and who do you foresee as emerging stakeholders in Zambia? We mentioned government, we mentioned government agencies, we mentioned the public users. Things will stay the same or have the same stakeholders, that there will be any emerging stakeholders.
Okay. I think mobile service providers, I think in the next coming years, they will go against this. Though it's happening now still, but something where they are makers who constitute makers. Yes, in creative arts. I know something starting to happen now, they haven't happened as much. People who create content, who create text which will be used online and other those who constitute a large constituent in the future.
Begin to think about a group that does not really want to be connected, but they want to have services that are online based. The ones that pretend to want to have the right to be forgotten or the right to disconnect. So that becomes a very interesting stakeholder for the future.
Yeah. Those are very interesting contributions, and you're very correct. We need to be forward-looking. I raised up my hand because when we talk about rights to be disconnected or rights to be forgotten, I just want to use the word and there's nothing wrong with that. But yes, we need to have these voices of the people as well. Content makers is a very valid point. That is something that the conversations we're having in Nigeria at the moment, OTT, they're trying to regulate over the top services. So content makers, anyone who provides content or services on the internet now, they're trying to regulate, they're trying to tax. So these are sort of stakeholders we need to think about the development of the internet in Zambia, because we're looking at digital transformation. So when you're identifying stakeholders, you need to think who are the likely players, economic players, financial institutions, who are the social players, and who are the political players that will emerge as the digital transformation takes place in Zambia. So what is the role of civil society in internet governance? Influencing change for good or for the better. And we do that through advocacy and awareness building. But where does CSOs fit? Asking this question based on an experience that I had in the dialogue process in Nigeria. So I'd like to get some feedback on where you think CSOs fit in internet governance. CSO leaders among us.
I'm sure there is also a question one. I think CSOs as use of laws when there is obligation when it comes to governance. So there are times when government might want to overstep, like maybe during our regulation and the chapter 1 step.
Sorry, I didn't say this earlier. Thank you for coming to this.
We stand somewhere between the people who own the power, the regulation, and the people. And we're supposed to be educating and raising awareness among people, but at the same time, we're checking the people who have the power and making sure that they don't take their power, so that the I'll say something similar to what she has stated also. In terms of advocacy, we look at people that are in the most rural areas, the most rural parts where you don't have access to the internet. And the government is still going to govern, assuming now governance goes onto the internet. That's not going to stop the government from doing what they need to do, what they want to do online. So it becomes our personal responsibility to bring these issues to the ground and to be able to deliver them in pieces that are acceptable or edible, for lack of a better term, to the most underprivileged people, for them to also be able to make conscious decisions with what relates to them. Thank you.
Okay, this is really a talk show. Yeah, just in addition with what Yamu just from saying, working with communities in rural areas, I think it's very important that as CSOs, what we can do is to integrate in our daily activities as we go to work, that we include all this in our activities deliberately so that we engage them and not leave them behind, because it's very true that they're very left behind on most of the things. Yeah, and so as CSOs, we integrate in our daily activities to report them, maybe bring them down to their local languages that they easily understand. Yeah, thank you.
So I think that civil society organizations are well placed to notice the emerging trends in terms of internet governance. So they're sort of the gatekeepers in terms of human rights issues. So I think that they'll be good collaborators, and they are good collaborators currently in bringing forward discussions relating to policy and whatnot. And considering how the internet can be sort of an echo chamber of the majority voices, I think that we currently see us as well placed to bring out the minority voices and sort of engage in conversations, bring those conversations to the wider public, so that if there are any, policy changes that should occur, then
All right, thanks. So you all are right. Yes, so the university push back powers that being regulators, we raise awareness, platform voices, but there's a unique characteristic that we have. And that is the point that we have cross-cutting expertise. So I think this room here is expertise from different sectors. And what that does is enables us to be in the room and to connect stakeholders that usually wouldn't have conversations together. I'm saying this because, like I said, in participating in a certain dialogue, we ask explicitly, if you are seeing, you know we're doing this, you know this other stakeholder is doing this, you can be the intermediary, so we can convene, like we do a program initiative, convene different stakeholders, we can be that vehicle of multi-stakeholder approach. Where there's an approach trust with the government. Imagine as TSO is stepping and telling with the digital rights and freedom bill, Zambia and Nigeria and Tanzania were able to get stakeholders that wouldn't usually trust each other to the table to have conversations and move forward. So I think that's the unique characteristic that we have at CSO. That is how, that is something that we need to deal wisely and intentionally. So that brings us to group work. Sorry for that, I don't need to just go over that. Yes, so from March, we've been having sessions and conversations on coalition building, building trust, advocacy, and advocacy communication. So what we're going to do, we cannot develop an advocacy plan in this room right now, or a campaign process, or a campaign rather. But what we can do is start the groundwork and then take it further. So what I'd like us to do is maybe in groups of two, we'll work on developing a plan, an intermediate plan, a short-term plan towards our main goal or main issue. So how do we do this? We have to understand the issue. We've had discussions, we've highlighted certain gaps. What are the digital rights challenges? What are the opportunities in Zambia? And I also want us to think of non-legislative threats and challenges to digital rights, because we've been talking about policy, digital policy, and it seems like the consensus of the solution is legislation. But what are the non-legislative threats to digital rights in Zambia? We need to identify those. And what are the opportunities that they offer? How can we work on them to promote rights-respecting environment? We need to identify the stakeholders. How can we get into the relevant processes, the tables and the important where the conversations are going on? Who is for you? Who is against your advocacy issue? It's very important to know who is against your advocacy issue, because then you know what you are fighting and what you are coming up against, and you can make a plan to get them to the table. And like I said before, different agendas align goals. Where can you find alignments? And then what do you want to achieve? What is your goal? What is your objective? What do you need to get there, to get it? What's your advocacy strategy? What tactics? What tools are you going to utilize? In coalitions, in capacity building, communications, is it stakeholder conversations, is it policy influencing, policy development, and then identify and assign roles, tasks, and responsibilities. One of the attributes we saw in multi-stakeholder approach is not just shared roles, but shared roles and responsibilities, because that's what promotes accountability in the process. And then, like we learned today, you have to incorporate monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Because what monitoring and evaluation does is it shows you where the gaps are, and you're able to learn from those gaps and improve. So, I think we can start today with identifying what the current digital rights issues that there are and what your objective for those issues are. How can you increase awareness of issues? These are just guiding questions, and obviously, who are the stakeholders, what are their roles, how can we promote multi-stakeholder participation? After today, what are you going to do to take the conversation out, continue the process? So understand the issue, identify your objective, identify your stakeholders, and in the next 20 minutes, have a 6-month plan. It's not an overnight process, but a 6-month plan gives us, like we saw in the end, there's an intermediate check. We can see how far we've gone to achieve what we said we'll set out to the next 6 months, and then take it from there. As usual, when there is available So that's 2 groups of 5. Sorry, just a second. Absolutely, once we already is one of the right. Okay, take note. All right. Okay. So I think we can, like I said, work as one group. So identify, you can list all the pertinent issues that are concerned, digital rights and social in Zambia. But you have to have a shared objective. What is the shared objective? What's the common goal? I think we talked about the ICT policy and we're identifying gaps earlier. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And important, who are the stakeholders and how we get the stakeholders to come together in the process. Thank you very much for your time. I think you can relate someone, you get 20 minutes just to go through what the plan is. All right. So we have till 15:45. All right, so we can come together. What stakeholders is coming around people. Glad I had any questions for you. Yes, something I forgot to mention. Assign goals and responsibilities. Because if we're monitoring and we're tracking, there's a goal we need to track the progress, we need to know who is accountability.
Can I come to you?
So I think you just move to the end of the or you want to be sorry. Or if you want to be So when we get into the discussion, we've segmented an evaluation form to the meeting, they've been trying to
Here's a phone.
In the spirit of trying to collaborate, I hope maybe after this meeting, we will consider maybe forming a network or coalition or something that's going to bring us together, work together, and so that in many people, if somebody is able to do the infographics suggested, they can be shared with all of us, and all of us can put those on our social media platform, website, wherever, and just share and find it. I think that would give us a lot of impact, and also to reach wider audiences. And then I think additionally to the radio programs, it could be podcasts. Relevant, just a few minutes, get people to know. And maybe we could, if we have a network, we can then begin to look at meetings like maybe hosting Twitter spaces, because then we have such a huge pool of people who can speak on different subjects, maybe biology, or something like that. So
yes, why I'm saying this, I know that we need some sponsorship of some kind. Therefore, I know how to handle it. But you know, why I would that's interesting work. I publish I think what I want to do, I know that this is that you can so much practice stress.
for the field conversation, because like I said, afterwards, I think, obviously, both paradigm, both,
Another strategy you can use is write to parents. Let them know what your budget is. Because sometimes parents should be half of it. So every time we engage with parents, they all come because we work with parents. We let them know what our budget is, and then check it, and then they come.
The other point of we can identify companies who are investing. I'll give you an example. We have to identify those businesses who are investing. Such that when we get to the parliamentary committee, the chairperson was almost saying this is bad law. But he was shocked that his members were supporting. Even when he went to the floor, he was supporting as we speak, he was asserting. He said, "Oh, no." So we cannot go to parliament. We have to look at parliament. Who are those who are this is instruments we have. This was the budget. We know that we are targeting that.
Yeah.
So for the first one, we had quite a lot of issues raised. So let's speak to them. So the first issue was it was pushed for the of digital exports. And of particular interest there was the Cybercrime Act. The second one was awareness of efforts and the legislation around human rights. Here the rationale behind that was around the push review rights laws. But at the same time, those efforts are not widely known by all stakeholders. On the other side, people don't know about the existence of digital rights laws which the third one was data privacy protection and awareness. The fourth one was joint efforts. I think this is connected to point number 2, awareness of efforts around digital rights. There was also the politicization of digital rights. The last one was post access and availability of digital rights infrastructure. So from these, we thought we cannot do all of these in 6 months, so we decided to prioritize around efforts to push for legislation review of digital rights and so issues against the cyber crime act. So that's one of our prioritized items. The second prioritized item was to raise awareness for inclusive view of rights as a basis for rights. So the rationale behind the communication view of rights was that if you have laws that protect digital rights in a supreme law, then it's very, very hard for leaders to overturn that. How we're going to raise awareness around that, there are a lot of submissions. Joint submissions to Parliament, reviewing. So the first step was finding out the current review process around this, submitting joint submissions to Parliament and 9 ministries, doing infographics, radio programs, adverts, having some in local languages so that there's a lot of awareness. There's also print articles and analysis as well. And on the second one, town hall meetings as well. On the third one, what are the roles of the stakeholders? This is a list which will keep on increasing, but so far we had about 6 stakeholders who came forward about what they can do around the efforts which should be listed down. The first one was Times of Zambia, who said they can do features in print and talk about what we're trying to do. The second one was Chapter 1 Foundation, who said they can also do articles, analysis, and infographics around what we're trying to talk about. Michelle as well came forward. She can do also analysis around the issues of what we're trying to talk about. Panos also suggested that they can do, they can invite members of the network to town hall meetings, but those, they did indicate that the town hall meetings in Lusaka, those outside Lusaka would be another cost. They can also help with ministry engagements with some of the ministries you should want to engage with. It was thrown to Mr. Sekazwe. He accepted somehow when it was suggested that he can help with TV, especially ZNBC, so I wrote it down. And then Gears was the last stakeholder who came forward and saying they can help with radio programs. On the last point, the overarching aim on the last point was to build a coalition, a network And what was listed under there was to have rules of engagement for the coalition or network, to build trust among stakeholders in the network, to clarify roles and responsibilities for stakeholders in the network. And it was also suggested that we need to identify friendly persons, especially in Parliament, those who are interested, especially in digital rights, who can come on board, because bringing them on board most times will incur a cost if you just want to bring anybody because they will want sitting allowances. Susan also suggested that we can work through Parliament itself, and Parliament would most times meet you halfway when it comes to the cost of that. That's it for our presentation. Thank you.
I think the delegation of tasks in such a short time, there's already concrete plans. So what's going to be done, who's going to do what. So kudos to the network. I don't know your name. You have to come up with one. So thank you. I'll just give some feedback. I think the first is on the digital rights issues and what's the task and what you're going to do. There are two priorities: was the review of the cybercrime legislation and raising awareness. No, so something about the Bill of Rights, raising awareness of the Bill of Rights. So for me, I think what's missing there is their goals, but are they measurable? How are you going to measure in 6 months the amount of, what amount of awareness do you want to raise? Who do you want the awareness to reach? That's also part of identifying stakeholders, because the audience is a stakeholder as well. So you need to, obviously we can't do all that now, but it's something to think about. Reviewing the cybercrime legislation, are you saying in 6 months it's going to be reviewed? Are you saying in 6 months the review on maybe a stakeholder consultative forum would have gone through? There'll be a stakeholder consultative forum to review it, and there'll be something that can be presented. It needs to be specific, goals need to be smart. The specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound. You've time-bound yourself to 6 months. But what's the specific, how are you measuring it? What is the output that you're looking for? So that would be my feedback for that. The second is role of stakeholders. So very well done on identifying stakeholders in the room, but we also need to identify stakeholders outside of the network. Like we said, it's full participation. You cannot deal with the issue if you don't understand from the different stakeholders' perspectives how it affects them. So who are the other stakeholders outside of the network that you have to engage with? Maybe I'll just mention again about the Net Rights Coalition, Bolanda. So one of the attributes we saw of a multi-stakeholder approach, or one of the advantages, is you're able to build on existing structures, existing relationships, existing partnerships, which is what is happening here. So the Net Rights Coalition, the Secretariat is a paradigm initiative, but it's a Pan-African network of individuals and organizations that work to promote digital rights and inclusion. So the Secretariat is a paradigm initiative, but the organizations and individuals have their own manifestos, what they have to work on, and they're working on. But what's the beauty of the Net Rights Coalition is we're able to share learnings. So every quarter there are learning calls where we discuss issues that are of importance on the continent. We also try to have sub-regional conversations as well. And joining the Net Rights Coalition gives you access to people maybe in the Southern African region that are already working on similar issues as you are. You're able to leverage on their expertise. You're able to get like-minded individuals on board. You're able to get, like you've done here, people offer to, undertake specific tasks or activities. So that's a suggestion to the network. to think about. The third is when you identify the stakeholders outside of the network, how are you going to collaborate with them? That also, there needs to be a framework, same way so that we can monitor, we know the rules of engagement, of collaboration. Yes, I think that's all of my feedback. I share the presentation with you, building trust and relationships. It's an exercise on building trust in networks and coalitions, like we mentioned. Trust is the main ingredient to get work going. If there's no trust, you can't achieve your goals. So Bolanda will share that with the network just to help us facilitate us to understand what are the types of trust. There's self-trust, there's organizational trust, and what are the ingredients? What do you need to do to foster trust? You need open communication, you need timely communication. You need, like I said before, you need to, like you've made commitments now, you need to ensure that what you committed to do, you do it. That fosters trust, because I know next time, if you say you're going to do something, you are going to do it, I can trust that you will do what you say you'll do it. So I think all in all, that's great. The town hall meetings, that sort of falls under both 2 and 3, because it's raising awareness of the issue, but it's also platforming voices. Town hall meeting also platforms voices outside of your regular networks or your regular circles or regular spaces. So thank you for your participation and your contributions. Sorry, Neil, last one. I think Bolanda shared this earlier, but just as a reminder, our social is at Paradigm HQ. If you want to reach out to the organization, hello@paradigmhq.org. But you are lucky, you have someone physically in Zambia that you can direct your questions or requests to, and that's my email as well if you want to reach out to Zikon.
Thank you very much, Nena, for leading us through that, and thank you to everyone. I won't say much. I think it's already been a long and productive day. I'll call upon Mr. Daniel Skazo, who is also the co-chair of Bloggers of Zambia, our partner. Just give us a brief vote of thanks as we close. If you haven't received the evaluation form via WhatsApp, please let me know so I can send it to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. So Bolanda says I should give a vote of thanks. She always does this to me. But anyway, I'll still say something. So to start with, at the board, I'm sure by now you know that Zambia is a very big country with lots of space and very few people. So please, you're welcome to come and live in Zambia. I'll give you something. So I want to basically say that it's a great pleasure to see different stakeholders coming together to deliberate on this very important process. For everything that has been done and said, our legal cases, the media, the NGOs, and everyone who's here, plus the many others that will be including along the way, we need to always take into account the fact that in every society, including ours, everyone is either fighting for change or fighting against change. The problem is not that people are fighting. The problem is that in every fight, there are losers and there are winners. The important thing is that the winners are the minority and the losers are the majority. And the biggest loser is always the future. And so, shall we think about what it means to have losers, winners, and maybe those that don't know anything about what's happening. So when it comes to what we're doing right now, we need to actually think that we are in a situation where if we want to win, we're basically saying that we want to take everything. And those that we're doing advocacy with, or shall we say, those we're asking to change policies, take what we expect us if we want to get everything. So the fact that we cannot get everything also means we need to take into account that they also cannot get everything. We therefore need to embrace the democracy of compromise, the democracy of common ground, which means that there's no democracy, we're actually wasting our time if we basically say we want to get everything. So we need to say, what is it that we can accept and compromise on? What is it that they can get? And so as we do this process, we must always take into account the fact that the battle won't be easy, but if we accept to lose a few battles, get a few things, they get a few as well, I think that we're in the right direction. So wish you the very best in the way that we do. I hope that we see each other or one another in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skazwe. Once again, please, if you haven't received the evaluation form, please raise your hand. Also ensure that you sign in with visitor and the sign-in sheet if you did.